5, 5, 4, 5, Okay. I'm here. Oh, shoot, I forgot. I forgot to... Remember, guys, no mentioning of Dragon Age Inquisition. Oh my god. Hi, guys. I've been running around like a maniac all morning. I have been very behind. I hope at least some of you catch that joke from last night. God. I still can't believe it did that just so perfectly. Okay. Still catching my breath from running around and doing my morning exercises. Okay, so, oops, we also... no, it's actually on this side. That's unusual. That shouldn't be doing that. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. Let's fix that. Pull this out here. That should do it. There we go. Okay. What's a Sarkeesian? Oh, never mind, I get it. No men! Obviously the world would be better with no men.
Obviously, the survival of the species means nothing compared to lack of male genitalia.
I don't know, Polly. We will do what we can. Give me just a moment here to finish up a couple more things really quick. But first of all, hello everyone. How are you all? I'm kind of psyched. I know it's been a little bit since we last played, since, you know, that was Sunday. I don't think it's mind-blowing, Shadow. In fact, I would be surprised if people hate my rumination.
Very well, JGP. The first thing that happens is we go, and we do not romance Morrigan, because I don't know why, actually. I'll come up with a reason. Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to stop killing my throat, because I already killed my throat this week, recording various other things. Before we begin, I thought I'd be fun, in a Arshian Gaia finds it fun because he's weird kind of a way, to have a quiz! It's only one question, though. Very simple. Question 1. What do we know about Andraste? And I'll wait patiently. Alright, some good answers, actually. We're not sure if she was human, actually. So, no points for that one. We are fairly certain Andraste was a she, because all accounts do seem to agree that Andraste was a she. But we're not positive if she was human. Okay, Schmeidolf, good answers, but I'm afraid you get an F minus, because we do not know any of that. I'm making a point here if it's not really obvious. The point is, we don't know anything about Andraste. That's actually one of the things I find fascinating about her as a character. And as weird as this is going to sound, I actually hope we don't learn anything about Andraste in Inquisition. Please don't spoil, no men! No men! So... Yes, Andraste was secretly an Elcor. Remorseful statement. Now I must kill all of these Tevinter in order to ensure victory for my people. this up. But in all seriousness, there is a significant point to be made with that statement. That is not true, Johnny. See, that's the point. You're missing the point. We know nothing about Andraste. All we know is rumors, myths, speculations, and outright lies. We do know at least a few things about Andraste that are shared in the modern era are literally lies. But everything we do know is, in many cases, contradictory with the other things we also know. The point here, and the reason why this has such thematic significance to Dragon Age, the game, the series, the plot, the setting, etc., and the reason why I hope we never learn the truth about Andraste, is because the truth is not the point. I talked about this already. One of the biggest and most important themes of the entire Dragon Age setting is the idea that the legacy we leave behind and the things that happen after our death don't have to have anything to do with any congruence with how we lived in life. And that actually brings me to another interesting point, and one thing I really hope happens in Inquisition, as weird as this sounds. I hope that, and this would be very, I'm trying to think how best to put this. Very significant for... Okay. I hope, this would be very difficult to do, but I actually hope, genuinely hope, that our actions as the Warden are not what we hear about 10 years later as our new character in Inquisitions. That if the people who are, okay, let's say, for example, we saved the mages, okay, and we granted the Circle of Magi their rights and freedoms. So imagine the idea that in Inquisition we hear these legends and tales that everyone just spreads as if they were fact about how the Warden was secretly an abomination the entire time. And it was revealed that the Warden was an abomination. And only by rising up against the Warden did the Circle of Magi manage to triumph against it. And with that power they managed to push back the Templar and gain their independence. And that's the fascinating part about myth and fact, because there are kernels of truth in there. There are tiny little tidbits of... Yeah, that is true, Adet. I was going to talk about it in the Dragon Age 2, but there are tiny tidbits of truth in such a tale. But it's wrong. That is not what happened. But again, that is not the point. What happens is what people remember and what people carry on, and how people twist that to their own ends. I would put a 90 percentile on the fact that the Chantry, the organization, to make it specific, has actually gone around and basically warped the historical facts that they already have from previous times to suit their own ends. I would seriously put that at a 90% chance of being true. I don't know for certain, because I don't know anything for certain in this damn setting. But yeah. Okay, we got Ogren, we got Liliana. At her, we should do some levels really quick.
More magic.
Whip, whip, whip. Yeah, sure. One other thing I would love to see, as Dead points out, the histories and discussions of what Hawk did are already distorted and warped and changed, even within Dragon Age 2, deliberately, for once it's not actually a plot point, or a plot hole. So I would love to see Hawk's particular legend warped completely out of control by the time Inquisition comes around. And it would even be cool if, you could have your cake and eat it too in this circumstance. Have everyone know the great tales of the Warden and the great tales of Hawk, and then actually meet the person, and have the person be shaped by the choices you made in the previous games. So you can actually have both. You can have that thematic significance of the distortion of history, and you can have the literal reality of your previous characters having an impact on the setting. Shadow, it's very simple. What do you care about more? Me live? Or me, recorded? Let's see. Exactly, Nergath. That is pretty much exactly what I mean. To be a little bit blunt, one of the ideas I have heard that I actually like a lot is the idea that there never was an Andraste. that there was no such person. Think about it for a moment. Have, the slave rebellion happened. Have the slave rebellion, have the significance of the Tevinter falling apart, mostly from within. The Tevinter and any organization based on a slave economy like the Tevinter have is going to self-destruct eventually. That's actually an inevitable thing of cultural reality. That's been true in real life a few trillion times. And that happened, and the Chantry was like... And that's about the time when the people who started gaining power... I can explain that one, Fullbeard, pretty easily. And so the Chantry started being formed around that era as a few like-minded people who had their beliefs into things. And this is the part I love. Think about this for a moment. We all can agree that a large portion of the Chantry is, if not evil, then just plain flat-out manipulative and deceptive, right? What if the original Chantry were well-meaning and well-intentioned good people who lied for the sake of the people? And I could bring this all back around and give you an example of what I'm talking about. In the encounter we had back at I can't think of, I want to say Red Ridge. Like, maybe, for example, okay, you remember when we go to the priestess and we're like, we need you to bless this artifact to help the troops fight the undead. And she says, there is no such thing. And we say, well, if you lie about it, they won't know the difference. You remember that? I told you I'd be talking about that again. Imagine if that's how the original Chantry started. It was a bunch of people who made up a story about some legendary barbarian leader who was leading all the slaves that never existed. Redcliffe, thank you. Fabricating a leader so that the various slaves would unite, even though there was no leader. And fabricating this great, she is from the Maker, and she is coming, in order to free the slaves, so that the slaves would have some reason to fight for themselves, so they would have that prodding. They would have that provocation, like so many things in this setting need, in order to show their true colors, in order to actually fight and defend themselves. Think about that. I need to go with... No, this is what I want. Yeah, that's right. Yes, that one. Now, Fullbeard, you know the rule. But in all seriousness, it's something I find fascinating, because the point is, under those circumstances, the original Chantry was doing it to do good. They were doing it to help. They were doing it to better people. Now, of course, that is absolutely true. They did the same thing with Flemeth. We hear at least 3 versions of Flemeth's stories, and all of them disagree with each other. So, which one is the truth? The question being asked there, the answer is, it doesn't matter. Now, that being said, I kind of do hope they explain Flemeth, just because she is, in my opinion, someone who, if not is, then should be incredibly integral to the plot, but I digress. However, as was mentioned several times earlier, it is entirely possible that Andraste was, in fact, Flemeth. But that also makes sense with my theory. Some random person comes up and just starts leading the slaves because it suits her own purposes for whatever reason. We don't even know. This was forever ago. We have no idea. Flemeth goes, starts this whole thing, starts fighting. You know what? She doesn't even have to be freeing the slaves. She could literally just have had some reason to attack the Tevinter. She didn't like the Imperium for some reason or another. It literally could just be because, screw those guys, because let's be honest, the Tevinter Imperium was a bunch of hedonistic, sadistic, masochistic bastards who deserved to die. At least the upper class did. And so she could have literally just been pissed off and gone after them, and the soon-to-be Chantry, the group of people who were trying to lead this rebellion, got together and said, let's use that as a divine symbol, and claim that, leader, Andraste, etc. You can weave this stuff together. And yes, Tevinter especially have this very strong belief. Oops, I need to raise her cunning. I'm an idiot. That, you know what? Yeah, she doesn't need the damage. She needs the cunning. Lots of people... The most common, and if I can be so blunt, mundane theory about Andraste is that she was a mage. But even that isn't something that's written in the sand, if you know what I mean. Or, to be more accurate, it is absolutely something written in the sand, aka something incredibly intransigent, shall we say. There we go. Okay, now I need to change her thing really quick. Not Song of Valor, or is it Song of Valor I want? I want Song of Courage, I think. Yeah, I want Song of Courage, that's right. Okay. I have, in fact, been to Denerim, yes. Obviously, since I'm here. And that is also true, Fenrir. There are many, many different things that could be true.
There's nothing for you here.
Nothing for me? Oh, well. I have some business here.
No, you do not. I would have been informed if someone was expecting a visitor.
And now, time to talk to the crazy bastards. Now, I have something to say about the crazy bastards. I don't actually respect them to any extent whatsoever. But one thing that's interesting about the crazy bastards is they are an excellent example of using a insane extreme example in order to highlight the less extreme regularity of the examples. Or to put it differently, the severe zealotry and blind faith that the dragon cult holds in their crazy bastards, no, I did not raid, is very indicative of the kind of not fully blind faith and not severe zealotry, but nevertheless the zealotry that other people behold in their own beliefs. I'm not even talking about the chantry. There are quite a few examples of this. The Templars and their belief that the mages have to be dealt with. Some of the mages have their own beliefs about the dissemination of information, the whole leagues thing. There's quite a few people who have individual beliefs in faith that don't really follow anything else. Liliana and Wynn both fall into that category. There's the Kun and the Kunari's belief in, the proper way of things, and etc., etc., etc. There's a lot of different examples of what the dragon cult is, just to a less severe extremity. I kind of like that idea too, Nergath. And thank you, Spirit. I was rather pleased to finally get that after being screwed over from my guild back in Wrath. Anyways.
Who? Perhaps revered Father Eirik will know of whom you speak. Unfortunately, he's ministering to the villagers at the moment and cannot be disturbed.
Revered father? I've never heard of this.
It's always been thus in Haven. We do not question tradition.
And that quote right there is what I mean by using this as a way to highlight the rest of the setting. We do not question tradition. What is it the dwarves do with their existence? What is it the Dalish do? What is it the city elves do? Just about everyone kind of accepts that this is the way things are because this is the way things have been. Everything about Dragon Age as a setting really strikes me as a setting that has almost no... I forget the actual term I'm looking for, but no willingness to move, basically. It is very stagnant. And it's only every now and again when a significant individual or individuals shows up that prods, that actually shows what they can and will do. I talked about this back when it came to the dwarves, how the dwarves actually aren't really horrible people, they're just so used to their particular rut and hole that they don't think about trying to do anything else. But as soon as someone prods them at all, they do. Remember that gentleman who had banished his daughter and his grandchild? As soon as I walked up and said, "You're an idiot," he realized, oh my god, you're right, I am an idiot, and went to correct it. I didn't actually do anything there. That's the significant part. We, the players, don't actually do anything. All we do is prompt other people, and the other people realize the significance of our actions one way or another, and then go forth and actually do things. It's actually one of the biggest reasons why I keep saying Dragon Age is the choices game, even more so than the Mass Effect series or other similar series, because what we do literally is is by our actions make decisions for basically everyone we interact with and encounter. But anyways, I digress.
We do not appreciate lowlanders looking about our home as though it was some sort of zoo.
Oh.
The urn is nothing but a legend.
No, it's real. It's just probably not her ashes. Although, well, I have some other theories about that.
I do not know who Brother Genetivi is or what he says. However, I'm sure people can convince themselves of anything.
Another significant quote there, by the way.
It's always been thus in Haven. We do not question tradition.
Okay, so,
You may trade for supplies at the shop if you wish. Then I suggest you and your companions leave.
I suggest we tread carefully here. Something is amiss.
Oh, yes, I've poked at Dragon Age Keep. Well, yes, I don't know what else to say about that. Yeah, let's push it up to the usual here. They fiddled with OBS's settings recently, so it used to be used to have the in-game audio at 10%. Nowadays I have to have it at 60. It's weird. Okay, there's a lot of ways through this village, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. Thinking is hard, so we're just gonna go this way and try to figure out what we can do up here. Excuse me.
A lowlander. What are you doing here?
I'm going to kill you. Or, I mean, hopefully not kill you. Yeah, I wasn't going to mention that yet, Schmidolf, but that is correct. What do you mean, Rango? I don't understand your question. Wait, really? They'll attack immediately? Oh, that's awesome. I gotta go see that. I mean, I guess you could be asking what's the point of syncing your character to Inquisition in general, in which case the answer is it will affect how Inquisition happens. The point of syncing yourself to Keep is Keep... okay, put simply, there were some coding issues and they couldn't actually deal with the way that Dragon Age and Dragon Age 2 kept their save files, so rather than bother to try and push forward a patch to these games so it could read the save files properly for all the flags that weren't actually being saved, they just actually manually went through, made a list of here's all the things that are significant events that happened in Dragon Age and Dragon Age 2, and then made the Keep so you can notate that and push it in. And yeah, the default world state can go screw itself. So, hi, humanization. Alright, I'm ready. Attack me! Aw, he's not attacking. Damn it. You've lied to me, Mraid. Oh, could you? Yeah, pretty much it did. Alright, attack me! Hello? Hello? Okay, now you really are actually lying to me. Ooh, that's a good question, Spirit. Given my choice, my very first answer would actually be Taron Logain. But at the same time, I can't replace... I can't think of his name, but he's an awesome, awesome actor, so... Ah, la, la.
What are you doing? That's private.
Ah, what? Oh, I apologize. Oh my god, he's attacking me! No! No! What a shock. Okay, there we go. Rhingo, I actually couldn't get it to acknowledge any of my saves at all, so I just went through and manually built, or rather will manually build, the save and Keep. I'll be doing it on the stream, obviously. Simon Templeman, thank you. Awesome, awesome guy. Now, as much as Keep is kind of cynical, it also makes a lot of logical sense. And speaking as a programmer, it's the kind of thing I probably would have done as well.
In the Chantry, these villagers are a remarkably pious bunch.
They just tried to kill us when... Anyways, it's the kind of thing I would do as a coder, because it bypasses all of the problems. See, what you don't understand, and what most people don't understand, is in order to do a save forward, the initial game that is being transferred forward has to have a particular type of flag set for all the different little things that happen in order to carry that data forward. Otherwise, your best option is to come up with a new program that goes back and reads through your quest completion data and tries to extrapolate from that, which may or may not be successful or complete, and can lead to some issues. Mass Effect 2 actually had that problem when it came to Mass Effect 1. Mass Effect 3 had a lot of problems with that. And, of course, as technology and times advance, we don't use the same code we did 5 or 10 years ago, so there's a lot of other problems with that. And, of course, these are games that also come out on the consoles. So, yeah, basically the Keep is a really great idea. It's something I'm actually hugely in favor of, and really think is probably something they're going to use in the future, assuming they keep doing that.
We are blessed beyond.
I have no idea about the app.
We
I
are
know nothing about
chosen
that.
by the holy and beloved to be her guardians. This sacred duty is given to us alone. Rejoice, my brethren, and prepare your hearts to receive her.
I have come!
Lift up
Wait, I'm a
your
guy.
voices and
No, man!
despair not, for she will raise her faithful servants to glory when her...
We are kind of rude to just interrupt his sermon like
welcome.
this.
I heard we had a visitor wandering about the village. I trust you've enjoyed your time in Haven so far?
In consoles, all they'd have to do is implement a version of the Keep on the version of the game that goes on the console, or use one of the various methods to do the Keep online and then transfer that to your console through the internet. So,
Perhaps. But staying hidden means staying protected. And we must protect Haven and our charges at all costs. We don't owe you any explanations for our actions. We have a sacred duty. Failure to protect her would be a greater sin. All will be forgiven.
oh, okay. I forgive you for the fact that I am slicing your head off and your head off. And no, anyways. Very unlikely Aguiar, unless you count the Wii U, which I already have, thanks to Spirit. Spirit, before I answer your question, I have one for you. If you had to pick one character in Dragon Age for me to play voice acting, which would you pick? Hey, look, it's a brick wall in an obvious doorway. Think, McFly, think! So I gotta share something that really amuses me. Very first time I ever played this game, and came here. Nope, 2 games are not worth a console, Aguiar. Sorry. Very first time I came here, I was like, hey, let's talk to these people. And I was being super diplomatic, and everyone was nice, and I was nice to them. And they're actually, if you're really, really nice to people, there's almost no hints that something weird is going on here at all. And so I had no idea what was going on, and just kind of left this chapel after talking to the guy, and was just kind of like, well, shoot. Now what? So I just started exploring, and that thing I just saw, the obvious doorway, was what made me go, oh. So I click it, and they're all like, oh my god, attack him! And Brother Genitivi is here, of course. And I found myself amused at the thought that he's just laying here, as I'm out there chatting and kibitzing with the guys who kidnapped him. Just like, oh yes, everything's fine, wonderful weather we've got. Probably Scottish.
They sent you to finish it.
Yes, I am here to kill you! Ahem.
You don't know how glad I am to see someone who isn't from this village.
What? I have altars with human blood all over the place, Schmeddle.
Not doing so well, and I can't feel my foot.
Brother Genitivi is an interesting character, because he kind of represents the same zealotry the Dragon Cult does, just twisted in a different direction. We'll talk about that more in a bit, of course. He gets pretty upset with me, based on most of my choices.
I can set the leg and ease some of the pain, but he'll need a lot of rest in order to heal.
I don't have time to rest now. I'm so close. The urn is just up that mountain.
Yeah, you squishy humans bleed all the time. I can't keep track of your bodily functions.
The Arl is sick. Will he live?
So, I want to stress again, we don't know if these ashes actually heal Earl Eamon, per se. I know that sounds like a weird statement, but what I mean by that is, what the hell poison did they give him that he was so ill that he needed, the Holy Grail, basically, to heal him? Especially given the most common theory, and yes, I agree with it myself, that the ashes were just lyrium infused and that's it. So, thank you, Crispin. Everyone should go watch my Star Wars rumination, and wait, no, don't do that now!
Politics never did anyone any good. The
Really,
Earl is
Fenrir?
a noble soul.
Interesting.
But the ashes will surely cure him.
Surely.
Haven lies in the shadow of the mountain that holds the urn. There is an old temple there built to protect it. The door is always locked, but I know what the key is. Iric wears a medallion that opens the temple door. I've seen what he does with it.
They don't know it can heal anything, Last Exile. That's kind of my point. This whole series of events is fascinating to me because if we look at it from a completely third-person perspective, it's a bunch of people going after an item no one is certain exists, which has no properties that anyone is competent and cognizant of, in order to heal someone from a particular poison that they're not even 100% sure what it is or why it worked. And yet somehow this all just happens to work. This is, and Schmeidolf is correct. The mages do something with them, assuming you have the mages there. And then, neck. Then the Arl is better. It is also worth noting that lyrium as a basic fuel source can power a great deal and very wide variety of magics. Yes, Lava. I need to get my revenge on that bastard.
Yes, that is your key. Take me to the mountainside and I will show you. Ah, good. Help me up here. I'll try not to slow us down.
Ogren, I need you to carry him. No, I don't know if it would be more interesting if Arl Eamon died. I think it would be more interesting if the ashes were fake and it didn't work and then he lived. Well, thank you, Spirit. I'll take that as a compliment. If I could change one thing about Origin's history, that's a tough one. I know this would have incredibly long-reaching effects, but probably I would prevent the Tevinter Imperium from ever becoming a thing. Excuse me, Jenna TV.
Here we are. Give me the medallion, and let's see if I remember. Yes, you see, it can be manipulated. Just... and there.
Ooh, I like
Key
that
to
idea,
open
Joe
the
Duck.
way.
That's a good one. They actually are her ashes. They actually have healing properties, and he still dies. That just opens up a whole can of worms. Maybe Shadow, but I refuse to commit to anything because, well, as it should be obvious by the fact that even today I started late, my schedule is basically 110% crammed right now.
It may have been passed down through the generations, from the first people who built the temple. Now, where does this go?
Hi, Pharaoh, if I'm pronouncing that right.
What I would give to have seen this hall in all its splendor, as it was meant to be. Still, sweep away the ice and the snow, and traces of beauty remain.
If you're asking why Dragon Age is being streamed now as opposed to other games, it's because Dragon Age Inquisition is coming out in about 2 weeks now. A little under 2 weeks, actually. So, it is my intention to stream Dragon Age and Dragon Age 2 leading up to that, stream The Keep, and then stream Inquisition.
I'm sorry, what? I was a little distracted, I apologize. These carvings were created just after Andraste's death, and they may reveal things about her life that we do not yet know. I think I need more time to study these statues and carvings.
Sure.
I could not keep up with you with my injuries. I should be safe. I don't think there are any villagers here. Go. I will be all right. Perhaps my destiny was only to lead you to the Anne.
Lyrium has a wide variety of effects, and as with so much else about this setting, we still don't know the full significance and reality of how they work, or how it works, I should say.
It's my job. Just be careful, that's all I ask. The temple is...
For example,
perilous. I'll be right here if you need me.
Lyrium is basically poisonous, right? Similar to Lifestream from FF7, if you want a quick analogy. But it also can be used to augment. And it also can cause someone to be augmented and changed and mutated, evolved. But at the same time, sometimes it doesn't do that, and sometimes it just destroys the person, or sometimes it warps the person, and it depends on the percentile amount of the lyrium, or the concentration of it, or whether it's raw, or whether it's been refined. Now, there is a reason why the Tranquils are the ones who do all the enchanting for the Mages Guild, because Tranquils can handle lyrium safely, partially as a result of their existence and the nature of the horrific things that they are. So, that's also significant. But then we also find out that there's actually more than one type of lyrium, and that other type of lyrium, the red lyrium, doesn't actually act the same way that blue lyrium does. So, yeah, long story short, this is one of those situations where it's really, the lyrium could do basically whatever, and we're not actually 100% sure what it can do, we just know what it has done. So the idea that ashes, or indeed whatever they are here, have been infused with lyrium over, centuries of being here, and then can be used as a fuel source for an incredibly powerful heal spell that basically completely purges all sickness from Erleman, makes sense to me. I would actually really like it if that kind of tied in Inquisition, that Earl Lehman is still around and still the same age and still fully healthy as a result of our actions here, because that infusion of that incredible healing spell from that lyrium has actually literally altered the way he ages, and kept him healthy all these years, that kind of thing. I just think that'd be kind of cool. Dragon Age 2 is not as good as Dragon Age Origins, and that is my answer to you, Pharaoh. If you want more, watch my things. Lyrium is definitely connected to the Fade, especially since we see Lyrium in the Fade. So, I have my own theories on that, of course. The Earl is sick, and he was being basically held in a form of physical, yet not mental stasis in the Fade, which kept him from getting worse. It kept him from dying. Oh, haha, Titans. So now that we have removed the Desire Demon from the equation, now he's actually dying, hence the urgency of our quest. No, I have not, Fat Squeak. However, I have heard people who prefer certain aspects of Dragon Age 2 over Dragon Age Origins, and I am in fact in that list as well. There is one thing I like about Dragon Age 2 more than Dragon Age Origins. And it's probably easy to guess what it is.
Trap right ahead.
Thanks for the warning, Liliana.
We must gain the advantage. No quarter shall be given. Get off!
I suppose that's true. I actually kind of prefer two things about 2 over 1. But yeah, the combat was the first thing I was thinking. Well, it's okay. It'll be safe in a moment, Aguiar.
Good, another down.
Yes, the incredibly superior... Wow, they're just attacking me with their fists. You guys are dumb. Anyways, the incredibly superior writing of Dragon Age 2, which is just... It's the most perfect writing ever. I think we have the advantage. Call me crazy. Now, I made that earlier point about Andraste not just to emphasize that, you know, no men. I mean, not just to emphasize the fact that we, you know, the thematic significance of Dragon Age Origins and one of the reasons why that theme ties into, like, every aspect of the entire setting. But the other reason I mention it is I have heard at least a dozen theories of who, what, and why Andraste is or was, why the ashes work, etc. Naturally, everyone has, of course, heard the big theory that the Andraste's ashes are just lyrium infused, and they have a random reaction or are used as a fuel for a spell to heal early men. I already mentioned that theory. I'm just curious if anyone else has any similar or related theories regarding there too. About Andraste's ashes specifically. Not Andraste herself, because honestly, we have so little go on there. But specifically about the ashes. Oh, congrats, Nerozes. Was that the master quest or the first quest? Alright, now to remember where the door key thing is. Unless it was on one of these guys.
It shall be done.
Yeah, that's what makes me think too, Fenrir. It would actually be very easy to dismiss the ashes as basically just something completely mundane, if not for everything you have to go through and the illusions and whatnot prior to getting the ashes. That's the only thing that makes me not, you know, dismiss them out of hand. But then again, that is part of what makes me really think about that. Ooh, that's an interesting one, Undead. That's also interesting, Deutsch. I kind of like that idea. So what are you linking, Aguiar? Oh, Twilight, yeah. Best writing ever!
Very well.
Best love story ever. Even better than Episode 2. And that's saying something. Hey, Ogren. Got something for you. There it is. That is true, McCulland. It is worth noting, and some people don't actually know this, or are not aware of this or don't think about this, the era in which Andraste existed, one thing we are fairly certain about it is blood magic was much more commonly practiced back then, to the point where it was actually a normal, mundane college of magic, as opposed to nowadays when blood magic is so banned and taboo that only certain groups of people regularly practice it.
As you say.
What? I have the key. What? No, this is actually the armor from... Oh, I can't think of her name. It's from the... Oh, I guess it is DLC. Never mind. My bad. This is the Warden Commander armor. Okay. What am I missing here? 2 keys! Ugh. Whatever. As I've mentioned before, this is my 3rd least favorite dungeon in this area. In this game, I should say. And it's funny because a lot of my viewers agreed with me on that viewpoint. I like how he's like right there. He's in visual range, and it's just... And Snow, I've actually had a theory similar to that myself. More than once, actually. Because it is actually rather interesting that we think the ashes will heal him, and then they heal him. Just, you know... surprisingly coincidental there. Sophia, that was her name.
Very well.
Allow me. I could do that for you.
Then do it.
shall be done.
Allow me.
Ah, God damn it. Come on, Liliana. There we go. Personally, I actually entertain like 3 or 4 theories about the ashes. I've already mentioned 2 of them. The third theory I have personally about the ashes is that the Chantry came up after the fact, right? And placed this whole temple here and set up this whole thing to highlight, you know, this is Andraste and oh my god, we should revere her. Set up the traps, set up the ashes as a way to either for literal cultural significance or political significance, but either ways, anything other than literal significance. The ashes never had any power. They were literally just a pile of ashes. They weren't her ashes. They were just ashes. They set them up there, set up all the traps to test people who were, you know, all that fun stuff. You know, that kind of things you could do, especially if they started making bargains and deals with spirits, which is very likely given what we encounter there. However, as a result of all the things we go through for our particular pilgrimage, if it could be called such, we get there, we get the ashes, and then perhaps, and coincidentally is probably the best way to put it, the ashes just do happen to be as powerfully magical, not just because of the lyrium in the area, but because of the long years of exposure to spirits from the Fade, which are of course dragging parts of the Fade into the area, and, well, for lack of a better way to put it, the faith of the people. A very Faerunian kind of a thing, if you know what I mean. But that's theory 3 of more than 3. Wait, she can appear in Dragon Age 2 after killing her? I guess it was only a flesh wound? I mean, I don't know. I obviously have never done that, because I'm not hideously evil. Well, now, be fair, Baronessa. That's the Templars, not the Chantry. There's a distinct legal difference there. What? That's another interesting question. For those of you who don't know, the veil is just naturally thin here, right? Like, very naturally thin here. And that also could play in not only to the significance of the ashes, but the real question is, did they know that when they built it here? I almost can't imagine they didn't. Magic existed, and has existed for absolutely forever, so it's not like they wouldn't know about this sort of thing. So the question then becomes, did they build it here ignoring the fact that the veil was thin? Did they build it here as an active way against, you know, to try and defend against the veil? Or did they build it here specifically because the veil was thin here?
That he betrayed her to the Imperium, which resulted in her death.
Forgive me, this whole section isn't really going to be so much of my typical lore run of explaining so much as extrapolating on possibilities, because we don't know. We don't know who actually built this place. We don't know why it's here. We don't know what the ashes are about, you know, blah, 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 blah. One of the only things we know is that the Radican cultists are crazy and stupid. That's all we know. And the Veil's very weak here. We know that, too. That's pretty obvious. And there's lots of lyrium here, too. Although, as I've said before, I've often theorized that the significance between lyrium and the Veil are not accidental. That I've often theorized that lyrium is actually something that is innate to the Fade, and it shows up in the physical plane because of places where the Fade blends with the physical plane, and that's why we have lyrium here. Just my thoughts. Just my theory on it. It is also possible lyrium could basically exist as kind of a conduit force. Something that literally exists in both realms naturally, and can interact with the other realm naturally. It would explain why lyrium in the Fade can actually help heal and regenerate mages in the Fade by actually affecting their physical bodies, and it can also explain why lyrium ends up here, and can also do the same in reverse. as a negative. Hello, Dragonlings. Goodbye, Dragonlings. Possible Nerozaz, but somewhat messed up. And all I have to say about that is the Darkspawn method of reproduction is naturally parasitic, and therefore not something conductive towards diplomatic existence. See you around, Dad. Good luck! Except Arsene Dad doesn't believe in luck, so good skill. Also, Snow, that theory has since been disproven by one of the books, although interesting theory. I guess there is one other thing we can say pretty definitively about this section of the game. It is actually very likely that these dragon cultists were, at one point in time, followers of either what would become or what already was the Chantry. And these people have been following their own traditions to the point where they have been warped and distorted beyond all recognition. And if you're paying attention, that means I don't believe in fate either. Shoot, I gotta sneeze now. No, wait, I was in mid-sentence. Excuse me. One of the things we can say pretty definitively is the idea that these people were former Chantry, or what would become called the Chantry, and their traditions and their teachings have just been warped and distorted over the years into what we now see. And the funny thing is, and again, this is just a beautiful usage of this. These are an extreme example, but it's still the exact same thing that happens everywhere else. We look at the Dragon Cult here, and we see literally how warped these people have become by their twisted beliefs that have just over generations morphed from whatever they once were. How twisted and warped are everyone else's beliefs, based on the same source, I might add? How many other things... I mean, I was just talking about this with regards to the dwarves and their paragons and the Shaperit. How warped and twisted have they become over the centuries, based on things that are just doing their own thing over time? There are so many possibilities, and again, we have no idea what the truth is. And hopefully they won't tell us the whole truth in Inquisition, because that would kind of ruin it. Reapers! Excuse me. Had something stuck in my throat there. That is true, Fenrir, which brings me to something I was going to talk about in a moment here, but I was going to talk about that in a moment here. I'm not sure if we do know that McCulland. So I'm going to have to say no, I'm not sure. What are you, Lincoln Lurker? I suppose now is as good a time as any to talk about the dragon. One of the things that is true in fiction is that Ogren does his happy dance. One of the things that's true in fiction, and again, please keep in mind I'm trying to avoid, my usual rule, no discussing certain topics on my stream. So we're keeping this to a purely fictional perspective. But in a lot of fiction, one of the things that tends to happen a lot is for normal people to end up revering or worshipping or otherwise following some kind of power that is more powerful than they are. And I mention that, I define that very tightly and specifically because the point is not that they are worshipping a deity or a god or anything of that sort. It's just something that's more powerful than them. Nothing more. And so it's just kind of a fascinating idea to me because the dragon here is a perfect example of that. Now, it is just a dragon. From my perspective, the idea of worshipping something just because it happens to be stronger than you makes absolutely no sense to me, just personally. But we see this all the time. Another good example is in a lot of vampire mythos. the vampires become, oh, we are much stronger, more powerful, and some people end up revering and following those vampires just because they're stronger than normal people. Now, they're just vampires. I mean, vampires are cool and all, but they're not exactly that high up in the overall fictional food chain. Similarly, dragons are certainly awesome, but they're not exactly all, blah, 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 blah. So why do that? But you see this kind of thing, and I feel like it was not done indeliberately, or to put it more accurately, I feel like this was done to emphasize a point that has been true throughout Dragon Age. The idea that a lot of the people in Dragon Age, and this also goes back to that people need prodding to do something concept, they like to be a part of something greater. This is definitely true in real life, but also in fiction especially. People enjoy the idea of having something stronger than them, or something more than them, a cause, an ideal, a banner, a nation. The idea of holding allegiance to something that is beyond yourself. Whether that is something stronger than you, as in the case with the dragon, or just a conglomeration of other people like yourself, which happens all the damn time. I mean, that's actually how nations kind of formed back in the 17 and 1800s. So, yeah, it really does, in particular, make sense to me that these people would all cling to this same idea because of tradition, because of the dragon, and because of their desire to be a part of something greater. I still pity them. I'm still going to kill the crap out of them. But it's very understandable when you get down to it. And damn it, Aguiar, stop spreading that around.
Right ahead.
Would you stop? I remember this as being a pretty rough fight on Nightmare. Mostly because that Overseer up there, while the Drakes are beating the crap out of me. And that is entirely true, Shmidov. We don't actually know what the hell is going on with that. I mean, we don't actually fully know how connections between the Fade and the physical realm are created. I mean, we could, for example, we could say that lyrium and strong amounts of lyrium create connections between the Fade and the physical realm. Or we could say that the connection between the physical realm and the real realm is what creates lyrium. Or we could say a lot amount of magic does it, or it could be the vice versa, or we could say it's the amount of rituals happening, or we could say it's the belief of the individuals, or we could say there's some third external force which actually artificially connecting parts of the real realm and the metaphysical realm at certain points. We don't know. I'm starting to remember why I hated this dungeon as I'm going through here. It's not actually a bad dungeon. It's just this place was a... I freely admit I kind of save-scummed my way through here on Nightmare. There was a whole lot of save every time I finish any battle. Save. Alright, next battle. Oh god, oh god, oh god, okay, I barely made it through. Barely made it through. Okay, save. Heal up. Okay, next battle. Okay, whoa, no. Yeah. Okay. We died. Okay, reload. God, this section. Meh. It's not so bad when you can just one-shot everything. This is so weird playing like this. Dragon scales. Pfft. Where we're going, we don't need dragon scales. The most common explanation for that, Les Doxal, is yes, lyrium above ground has just been mined out. There's nothing left. It is also worth noting that lyrium does tend to be self-propagating. In other words, the idea... Yeah, exactly, Mr. Dino. I didn't even know there was a save limit until I did that. There is a strong idea that lyrium self-propagates. However, if it's overmined, it will not propagate itself enough. It's the same basic concept of deforestation and the idea of the forests not being able to replenish themselves, right? So it is entirely possible that thanks to the politics and the way people are greedy bastards in this entire setting, that the surface was overmined, and the only reason they didn't overmine the underground was they literally couldn't. You know? Because they lacked the capacity and the logistics and the resources to actually deforest the lyrium underground. That actually would make a lot of sense, Baroness, if you think about it. And yeah, we don't know why the dwarves are or aren't, or maybe sort of connected connected to the Fade. So, and that is true, Titans. We do know that certain things can cause Fade connections, such as massive amounts of death in a short period of time in a small area. Oh, I hated this room too. Those damn traps. It was mostly because of my allies. They were like, "Oh, let's just go get ourselves killed! Yeah!" I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they said when they did it too. Man, what lore is there in Command and Conquer? Oh wait, okay. Command and Conquer lore run. Ready?
Cain lives!
There's your Command and Conquer lore run. It's also worth noting that lyrium, it's been widely postulated that if human beings lived in areas that were lyrium infested just like the dwarves do, they would have the same basic reaction to and interactions with lyrium that they did over generations. It does take generations. You have to be born in lyrium, and then you have to have lyrium in you, and then have a child who is born in lyrium, and then etc., etc. This is a generational thing. But, that being said, one of the things that I've had a long theory about, which probably will almost assuredly tie into Inquisition, is the idea that the effects of both lyrium and the Fade are actually increasing in intensity, to the point where in the older days, that kind of thing would happen over a long period of time. You needed a great deal of time and effort and generational breeding in order to affect lyrium or have lyrium affect you. And in the more modern area, lyrium can affect you much more quickly and much more severely, I think is the way to put that. Now to kill Agior.
Go no further!
I find that unlikely.
You do not have the right to demand my name. You have defiled
My name's
temple.
Agnes.
You have spilled the blood of the faithful and slaughtered our young. No more. You will tell me now, intruder, why you have done all this. Why have you come here?
Because I can't see your face because my shoulders are too big. That is entirely possible, Nergath, especially if I'm right about the fact that lyrium effects are increasing. So it might be possible that in, I don't know, say 10 years, the surface dwarves might actually be able to enter the Fade and become mages.
You did this all for an ancient relic. Know this, stranger. The prophet Andraste has overcome death itself, and has returned to her faithful in a form more radiant than you can imagine.
Is it a
Not
dragon?
even the Tevinter Imperium could hope to slay her now. What hope do you have?
Okay, shoulder. Face.
None but the disciples may approach
Hey, Shurio.
Andraste. She is not ready yet. When the time is right, she will descend upon the nations in fiery splendor, and all will know her.
To my knowledge, we don't know anything about this High Dragon's story, by the way.
Perhaps there is a way to make up for your recent transgressions.
Really?
It may be because I believe in second chances. All of us stumble through the darkness before being found and shown the light. Perhaps through Andraste's mercy, her greatest enemy will become her greatest champion.
Wait. Why am I Andraste? I mean, the High Dragon's greatest enemy. Is it because I'm going to kill her? Because I guess that makes sense. Nope.
You know nothing! Andraste revealed herself to us! We are her chosen! To arms, my brethren! Andraste will grant us victory!
Alright, hardest battle ever. God, this is so, like, cathartic. You have no idea. Hated that fight. He's another one of those bosses that just hits like a truck. Not as bad as, Sir Colrain, or however the hell you say her name. But, ugh.
It has begun.
So, here's an interesting thought for you guys, and I've been saving this until now. What if Flemeth is actually originally a dragon? I've heard a lot of theories about Flemeth, but the one I've never heard is the fact that she's actually a dragon. Bear with me on this. What if she's one of the original dragons? Not the old gods, but the dragons of that era. The dragons who could communicate with people, the dragons who had knowledge and experience and all that stuff. All the dragons we see in the more recent era are fresh, relatively speaking, relatively young. And so those dragons don't actually have the same cognizance and sentience that, everyone else does. Or at least everyone else theoretically could. This is all speculation, of course. But the idea that Flemeth is just a particularly old and particularly smart dragon intrigues me, especially because it would kind of make sense, the idea that this is the Dragon Age, and it's called the Dragon Age because the dragons have made a resurgence. And maybe that's what she's really after. So, I hated this fight when I did it on Nightmare. A lot. I really, really hated this fight. And I've actually been kind of looking forward to doing this ever since I found out you can cheat in this game. So, I'm going to kill the crap out of her.
A foe worthy of the great Ogren. Wait till the boys and tapsters hear about this.
And yeah, by the way, Mr. Dino is correct. High Dragon is not the most advanced form of dragon. We do know about great dragons. It's also possible there's something past great. We're not sure on that. Where's the... Oh, duh, I just used the horn. Where's this thing? I did pick it up, right? Oh, there it is. Use it. Alright. Go to hell, you stupid bastard! Oh, God, that was satisfying. I hated that fight so much. Not the hardest fight in the game, but... Man! Lots of loot. Which I'm not going to take any of. What, I'm not in this game for the loot? That'd be silly. By the way, I would like to comment on the excellent game design here of having this awesome dragon fight, which is pretty much designed to pique the player's curiosity. Yeah, I didn't get the cutscene. I'm kind of sad about that, actually. Maybe I killed her too quickly. But the idea of, you literally have to go out of your way to fight the dragon. So it's not like they're being dicks. That's good game design. If they put the dragon there and it was like you had to run past or whatever, you had to do some trick to get around it, that actually could be considered bad game design due to the nature of it. Good game design is making something, that's an optional boss like that. You have to actually go out of your way to fight it. But if you do, well, I mean, obviously most players are going to look at that and be like... So... And of course, it's always up to player interpretation. Do you want to... Is that a dragon you look at it like, yeah, I can't wait to take her down? Or someone like, oh God, please don't notice me. Or anything in between. Alright. I don't remember the answer to any of these things, so... Here we go. Now, this is interesting. This guy knows truths he shouldn't. It is the most common theory I've heard that he is literally a spirit, similar to Justice. I'm curious what you guys think. I personally do actually agree with the fact that this is a spirit. Mostly because of the fact that he should not know the things he does about people he just met.
I am the Guardian, the protector of the urn of sacred ashes. I have waited years for this.
Especially since one of the other tiny little tidbit stories from the Dragon Age RPG, of all things, was the idea of a spirit that took up the ideal of duty. And that really strikes me a lot between that and what this spirit, or at least I'm assuming this spirit, did.
It has been my duty, my life, to protect the urn and prepare the way for the faithful who come to revere Andraste. For years beyond counting have I been here.
Yeah, faith is what I would
Shall
probably call him,
remain
Toronor.
Until my task is done, and the Imperium has crumbled into the sea.
Faith or duty, one of the two.
I do not know, and I do not question.
That also leads us to two possibilities. Let's assume for the moment this is a spirit. We don't know, but let's assume. Did this spirit willfully come here of his own volition in order to become the way he is? Because that happens. Many spirits interact with the real realm and because of themselves, because nobody else actually caused them to. They just happened to the area and found something they found interesting and are engaging and used it to bind themselves to the area. The aforementioned duty spirit I mentioned did exactly that. It could be a spirit who was specifically bound here for this task by the people who built this place originally. Be they Chantry, or pre-Chantry, or people otherwise, it doesn't matter. Or it could be someone who was actually, it was a spirit that they made an actual bargain with, not bound by blood magic or whatever, but they actually made a bargain with him to grant him physical form. In other words, here's another thought. This guy could actually be an abomination. Or rather, the unique form of abomination, the form we've discussed before, the idea of what Wynn is and what Anders later is, that kind of hybrid. This could have once been a person who also merged with someone who was once a spirit, and now we have someone who is just a guardian. And I admittedly, of all the answers, I actually like that one the best personally. That this is that kind of a hybrid creature that I've talked about several times before. Then again, we don't know if that hybrid creature actually exists. That's just a pet theory of mine, but whatever.
No. Our Andraste has gone to the Maker's side. She will not return. The dragon is a fearsome creature, and they must have seen her as an alternative to the absent Maker and his silent Andraste. A true believer would not require audacious displays of power.
Yes, truly audacious. I would never display my power like that. And Nerozaz points out another point. This could have been a spirit who was already bound to Andraste, assuming Andraste existed, regardless of who or what she or it was, that retained servitude to her long after she's moved on. Ugh. Now, Titans, you mentioned something else I've been saving until now. I'll go ahead and talk about it now. I mentioned I had one final theory about the Ashes and about Andraste herself. And that theory is that Andraste was a great dragon. Think about it. Probably wouldn't actually be... I disagree with that, Ross. Probably would not actually be... I disagree with the fact that it affirms the truth. Flemeth herself, but actually just another great dragon who had the power to morph, who had the power to polymorph, who had the intelligence and sentience and otherwise in order to interact with other people and, lead these armies to this glorious crusade. And remember everything I just mentioned about how people in this setting like to look at something that is stronger than them as something to believe in? Remember how I mentioned people like to believe about being something more than themselves? Would this not have led to the creation of the Chantry as a result of this? Furthermore, the other thing that this makes sense for me personally, because this also explains the ashes, is it would mean those ashes are actually the ashes of this great dragon, which is why they have the power that they do. The ashes of a great dragon, which has tremendous influence and magical capacity to others, and as was mentioned before, that blood power, also infused with the lyrium of this place over a tremendous period of time. Just food for thought.
It began with an ancestor of the one known as Colgrim. He saw himself as a new prophet, preaching the rebirth. Some disagreed with him. I heard their cries of pain and loss, which were quickly silenced.
Tevinter did in fact worship dragons, and it is entirely possible that Andraste could have been a rebel of that society. Not of the Tevinter per se, but of the dragon hierarchy that ruled the Tevinter. That is true, Fullbeard. Although Flemeth did have kind of a backup plan in that little amulet in Dragon Age 2. So keep that in mind as well.
When my brethren and I carried Andraste from Tevinter to this sanctuary, we vowed to forever revere her memory and guard her. I have watched generations of my brethren take up the mantle of their fathers. For centuries they did this, unwavering, joyful in their appointed task.
Tell me about it, Maz.
Now they have lost their way. They have forgotten Andraste and their promise.
I kind of like what McCoolin just said, because, forgive me for being a sentimental sap, but I would love the idea that all the manipulations and all the work and effort that Flemeth puts into changing and affecting and playing chess with the entire setting is all for one purpose, and that's bringing back her sister. Literally, it's a classic Greek tale, actually, upheaving the gods in order to bring back your loved one. Because there's a lot of hints that Andraste, if she did actually exist, is basically on the other side now, aka in the Fade. So, just food for thought.
You have come to honor Andraste, and you shall, if you prove yourself worthy. Still, you must prove yourself worthy.
I like how we call Earl Eamon a noble man, even though he kind of isn't, and also we don't know that.
Your worthiness.
Hang on, Sean.
The gauntlet does that. If you are found worthy, you will see the urn and be allowed to take a small pinch of the ashes for yourself. If not...
One other thing I like, especially with the idea that she was a great dragon, although I can't explain why this makes sense to me, is the idea that the ashes are self-replenishing. Whoops. What am I hearing? Oh, it's my Wii U. Sorry, hang on just a sec, guys. Is this my friends list? Yeah, here we go. And yeah, Nero says, that's also true. It is also possibly true that Andraste was just power-hungry, rather than trying to free people from everything and whatnot. She was just trying to have her be the only person who was worshipped and ruled over the people of Tevinter. Yeah, there's some pretty bad stuff that could happen based on that.
The gauntlet tells
I hope not, Undead Elvis.
From the false. You will undergo 4 tests of faith, and we shall see how your soul fares.
This music fits this surprisingly well. Okay, Sean, got you in here. Not that I'm aware, Pencil. Let's go ahead and turn this back off. There we go.
Before you go, there is something I must ask.
Yeah, I killed the crap out of Anders in 2. And I'll do it again, and again, and again.
There is suffering in your past. Your suffering, and the suffering of others.
Hey, I killed tons of people
You
very
abandoned
quickly.
Your father and mother, leaving them in the hands of Rendon.
Oh, you son of a...
Knowing he would show no mercy.
Don't you dare bring that up to me.
Do you think you failed your parents?
One thing I like about this, and this is awesome, and this is so Dragon Age. Basically, no matter what answer you give, it is the correct answer. The only thing your answer affects is your personal interpretation of how your character actually thinks of their own history and past.
Thank you. That is all I wish to know.
Accept your failings, but do not let them govern your life.
You could not have known what would happen. You did what you thought was best.
Everyone makes mistakes. I say have an ale and let it go.
And what of those that follow you?
Ask your question, Guardian. I am ready.
You are ever the advisor, ready with a word of wisdom. Do you wonder if you spout only platitudes, burned into your mind in the distant past? Perhaps you are only a tool, used to spread the word of the Circle and the Chantry. Does doubt ever chip away at your truths?
You framed the statement in the form of a question, yet you already know our answers. There is no sense in hiding, is there? Yes, I do doubt at times. Only the fool is completely certain of himself.
And you? Why do you say the Maker speaks to you, when all know that the Maker has left? He spoke only to Andraste. Do you believe yourself her equal?
I never said that.
In Orlais you were someone. In Lothering, you feared you would lose yourself, become a drab sister, and disappear.
This is telling, by the way.
When your brothers and sisters of the cloister criticized you for what you professed, you were hurt, but you also reveled in it. It made you special. You enjoyed the attention, even if it was negative.
You're saying that I made it up for the attention? I did not. I know what I believe.
Ah, the dwarf. You left your home and came to the surface, knowing that...
Why don't I save you some time? Yes, I wish I could have saved my family from Branca. I wish I'd been a better mate. Maybe she'd have stayed home with a belly full of baby Ogren and never gone for the anvil. Maybe I failed her.
Also very telling.
Yes, I came to the surface because I'm barely a dwarf anymore. My family is dead. My honor as a warrior long gone. I've lost my caste and my house, and I have nothing else to lose.
The way is open. Good luck, and may you find what you seek.
I've heard just about all the responses here. Zevran's is telling as well. But they're all pretty awesome in their own right. I really like Ogren's, though. He's probably one of my favorites. Because he just cuts straight to it and says, no, look, here. Wynn doesn't actually answer the question. Liliana dodges it. Morrigan dances around it. Nobody really answers the question except for Ogren. I think. I don't remember exactly. Or Ogren. Hey, Prague. Now that we're done. Cutscene. Shoot, I actually had something to share here. Whatever, doesn't matter. Just more theory crafting about Flemeth, I believe. Does Sten would answer his question, honestly. You know, I'm actually not sure if I've ever brought Sten here.
No man has seen it, but all men know it. Lighter than air, sharper than any sword, comes from nothing, but will fell the strongest armies. Of what do I speak?
Women! Because no men know it, but all men seek it. I'm sorry, I'd go with this one.
Yes, hunger was the weapon used against the wicked men of the Tevinter Imperium. The Maker kindled the sun's flame, scorching the land. Their crops failed, and their armies could not march. Then he opened the heavens and bade the waters flow, and washed away their filth. I am Kefer, disciple of Andraste and commander of her armies. I saw these things done, and knew the Makers smiled on us.
So yeah, this is actually some really cool riddle work. For those of you who don't know, writing good riddlers, writing good riddles is actually a lot harder to do than it sounds. Like, way harder to do than it sounds. One thing I want to mention here. This whole part made me think for a long time. There is absolutely no part of me that actually thinks the Chantry's story about Andraste is true. And yet this whole section really is the only thing that has any scrap of real evidence that there was a connection between Andraste and the miracles that happened back then. But I stand firm in my belief that this is set up as a specific test for pilgrims. Or to put it bluntly, this is literally just a... You have to affirm your belief in the party doctrine kind of a situation. I actually just talked about this when it comes to Star Wars. The idea... haha, undead. The idea of... all these great things and all these great spirits and all this element is put up to lift up the mythos of Andraste and connect Andraste to the Chantry doctrine, and yet all of this is obviously manufactured. And this is kind of cheating a little bit, but we do know in the future that other people can make the same pilgrimage. You don't have to be some special amazing adventurer like we are. Anyone could do this. Which to me means that once upon a time, lots of people did do this. And it would also explain one of the reasons why the ashes are self-refilling. Because this entire place is literally just smoke and mirrors, to put it bluntly. It's like, if I could put it in a different way, it's like, thank you, Lestock. It's a reinforcing mechanism. They set up this entire thing. I mean, how better to convince people of this era, hell, not even of this era, of several eras previous, and the level of sophistication that these people had, that the Chantry is real, than by having an actual temple built, and these supposed spirits talking about these whole things that happened in exactly the way Chantry says, to completely reinforce the fact that the Chantry is true. Think about that. Would it not be logical if all of these things happened here, are why the Chantry became a worldwide force? If this temple is why these pilgrimages is and led to that widespread belief, because it wasn't just some group that said, by the way, that great dragon who's been leading us, or whatever Andraste was this aspect of the Maker, but instead they actually had backing, basically. They went through the effort and work in order to reinforce it. Alright, just food for thought here.
She wields the broken sword and separates true kings from tyrants. Of what do I speak?
Exactly, Baronessa, but I won't go into that just yet. And I actually do also agree with what Nergath says. I think a lot of these events that they mention here did happen. The fields were scorched. There was a flood. But why that happens and what actually happened are never mentioned and are just left for us to ponder. I actually wasn't listening.
She wields the broken sword and separates true kings from tyrants.
Yeah, that's Mercy. That's an easy one.
Yes.
But yes, I'm actually making a direct parallel between the Chantry and the Yevon in Final Fantasy X.
I am the penitent sinner who shows compassion as he hopes compassion will be shown to him.
That's true, Titans. That is absolutely true.
A poison of the soul, passion's cruel counterpart.
Jealousy?
From love she grows, till love lies slain. Of what do I speak?
Jealousy.
Yes, jealousy drove me to betrayal. I was the greatest general of the Alamoni, but beside her I was nothing. Hundreds fell before her on bended knee. They loved her, as did the Maker. I loved her too. But what man can compare with a god?
You know the rules, Ice. Don't make me get into this.
I'd neither a guest nor a trespasser be. In this place I belong, that belongs also to me. Of what do I speak?
I wasn't listening, I was being distracted.
I'd neither a guest nor a trespasser be. In this place I belong, that belongs also to me.
Home?
What do I speak?
Is home an option? Home is an option.
It was my dream for the people to have a home of their own, where we would have no masters but ourselves. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and thus we followed Andraste against the Imperium. But she was betrayed, and so were we.
The hell? And I just lost the stream. I'll just kind of run her in circles for a bit. Whee! Whee! Running in circles until Twitch decides to come back because Twitch hates me. Twitch hates me so much. Oh my god. This is how much Twitch hates me. He's running in circles rather than, you know, being online. Are we back yet? Can I stop running in circles yet? Ah! Okay, we're back.
Echoes from a shadow realm, whispers of things yet to come. Thought's strange sister dwells in night, is swept
Dreams?
away by dawning light. Of what do I speak?
Dreams.
A dream came upon me as my daughter slumbered beneath my heart. It told of her life, and of her betrayal and death. I am sorrow and regret. I am a mother weeping bitter tears.
No, Undead Elvis. I don't really have the money to burn for something that superfluous.
The smallest lark could carry it, while a strong man might not. Of what do I speak?
That's really a tune? The Plague? Both of those are valid. Let's go with the Plague.
That is not of what I speak.
No!
Very well.
By the way, you notice how they... okay. I actually kind of wanted to get one on... one wrong because of that. Notice that rather than, like, reverting to... I mean, my point I'm trying to reach here is that was obviously some kind of Fade creature, which adds more credence to my theory that this is all something that, you know, whoever either was or would become the Chantry setup was, yeah, you know, it was basically a spiritual construct whose only purpose is to preach the lines and probably, you know, fight anyone who gets them wrong.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Okay.
The debt of blood must be paid in full. Of what do I speak?
That's an easy one. God.
Yes, my husband Hysarian would have chosen a quick death for Andraste. I made him swear that she would die publicly with her war leaders, that all would know the Imperium's strength. I am justice. I am vengeance. Blood can only be repaid in blood.
That's true, Zeiss.
The bones of the world stretched towards the sky's embrace.
Ew.
Veiled in white, like a bride greeting her groom. Of what do I speak?
Duh.
Yes. I carried Andraste's ashes out of Tevinter into the mountains to the east, where she could gaze ever into her Maker's sky. No more fitting a tomb than this could we find.
Hey, it's open. Yay! Hey, look, it's my
dearest
father.
child. You know that I am gone, and all your prayers and wishes will not bring me back. No more must you grieve, my boy. Take the pain and the guilt, acknowledge it, and let go. It is time. You have such a long road ahead of you, and you must be prepared.
Very
So
likely,
I leave
exile.
this in your hands. I know you will do great things with it.
Now, some people have asked, how could they maintain this illusion if there wasn't some mystical component to it? The answer is there is some kind of mystical component to it. It's actually really literal if you think about it. Picture it into this manner. Picture that you have set up a specific type of ghost slash fade creature slash whatever you want to call it, you know, these spiritual constructs, whose only purpose is to function as a mirror. Once you realize that all they do is actually reflect everything you yourself feel and think, which a spiritual construct could do, it's very easy to understand why, no matter who you are, they could still adapt themselves to you. Make sense? I'm not putting on the necklace. I have cheat gear on. Oh no, it's Ogren! And Twitch! And Win! And Liliana! And again, this also reinforces that idea of the mirror constructs thing, by the way. You know, honestly, I had this theory before I even got here, but...
Well, looks like there's only one
this
way forward.
stupid frickin'. But even before that, I already suspected,
So, is anyone gonna suggest tossing the dwarf across? No? Pity.
Lord of the Rings reference. Even before coming back to this playthrough, I've been suspecting this place was, you know, a Yevon temple, basically, set up to reinforce the faith. Having gone through this now and rethinking about it with analysis mode on, yeah, this is definitely a Yevon temple, in my opinion. I would actually put a 99% stamp on that at this point. Okay, hold. I don't remember which ones, anything. I don't remember anything about how to do this.
There, but I don't think it is. Try something else.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea.
One step at a time.
What? But it's there. I agree with that idea, Fenrir, a lot, actually. Ah, okay. Yeah, I get it.
I stand ready.
It's actually been a little bit since I've done this puzzle. So we need someone over here, actually. There it is. Alright, now to fall him to his death! Bye, Ogren! Aw. Ugh, I hate this puzzle. It's just time consuming. Okay. So that's one of the things. This is the other one, but I need the in-between, which I believe is this one? No, that's still... so I need, like... Oh, where's the other one? Actually, yes, I do, Nero's ass. That's a theory I was going to mention that I kind of hope sees follow-through in Inquisition. There we are. I need to move her. No? Which one's the one on the first one? Oh, it's her. My bad. Sorry, Ogren. Sorry, Ogren. It was her. Okay. Just gotta remember who the in-between is. Despite the fact that this puzzle is irritating to me, it's only irritating me on replays. I will freely admit, the first time I played this game, this is actually pretty cool. And it's not the kind of puzzle I dislike. In fact, I really honor the level of effort that was put into it. That being said, I think this is the one I want. We'll find out in a second. Nope! Okay, hang on.
Your wish?
I need the one that shows up middle and the second one, which I thought was this one. Never. I will never look it up. I just need to find the connecting one. That doesn't make sense, though. And yes, I'm secretly trying to kill Ogren. I'll get Ogren across here. There we go. Okay, so... Is it this one that does it? Or this one? It was that one. God damn it. Ogren's like, I got this, guys! How's it work differently, Dino? Mr. Dino, if you don't mind my asking. Okay, so now I want an in-betweeny. In fact, I need this one. There's the one I've been looking for. Okay, so that one's the one I want. Okay, so I actually need her go over here. Pretty sure. No? Oh, okay, I need him to... Okay, whatever. I can make that work. Ogren, you got this, man. Okay, so now that should have the double thing. So now if she moves, it should still be there. Nope. Oh, it's if she moves. God damn it, I moved the wrong person. Oh, really, Mraid? Wow, that sounds a little easier than what I'm doing. Ogren is definitely sweating. He's like, oh god, don't kill me. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Oh, right, I need to move Wynn, not him. So let's move her.
Here I am.
Wait, no? Oh, that's not right. I need to move... God damn it. There we go. No, I don't, Undead Elvis. Ahem. No, man! And that's my response to you, Undead Elvis. Bronca's like, Ogren! And then she goes away because he comes back. Now I've actually lost my train of thought. I'm so amused by this. Okay, so I need to move her? Nope. Who do I need to move from this one? It is him. God damn it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so move him over here to this one. Then move we'll go ahead and save scum this because I'm tired of it. Yeah, okay, I was right, okay. Okay. So now that she's here, I can move her to this one, I believe. No. Maybe it's... Ah, screw it. We'll just go over this way. There we go. Ogren?
Where you left me.
Yes, this is where I left you. Now I should have to move him. Nope. Who do I move on the second one? It was her. Whatever. Okay. Change places! Please, someone get that reference. Ogren is having a lot of fun here, you can tell. Okay, so then we move her over here. Making me actually think this is a crime. Then move him. Yes, okay. Right there. Have him move forward. And then move her. Yep. Damn it, Baronessa. How dare you. Okay, so that's there and that's there, so theoretically I should be able to move her. Yep. Okay. There we go.
Go on.
We made it! Yay.
Exciting. Can we do it again?
No, we cannot do that again. Now imagine that if you failed, it was instant death. That'd be funny. And now, the greatest challenge of all. I'm curious. Okay, because I've never done this with cheating, so.
Armed and armored, you have tried to approach Andros.
I did like 300 damage. Wow.
Committed this act of defiance. In the Maker's eyes, a beggar may as well be a king, or a king a beggar. He cares not for the privilege granted by birth.
I don't either.
One can only
This is my
find
armor. I was not
spirit
birthed with this armor.
casting aside earthly possessions and seeing them for the deceptions they are.
And that right there is one of the biggest reasons why I think that this is all basically rhetoric. that is there to enforce the Chantry's belief. His own statement is actually self-contradictory. He couches his phrases in the idea of piety and the idea of being better than what you have and what you own, which is something the Chantry would naturally want to encourage because it encourages people to ensure that their worldly possessions end up in the benefit of the Chantry, to benefit the people, of course. And yet his actual reasoning for doing so has absolutely nothing to do with what you own, with what you have. Follow? So, this guy, in my flat opinion, is pretty much flat out just a very complicated speakerphone for party doctrine.
You have shown that you are not worthy.
Yeah. One shot! While standing in the fire! Oh wait, I'm not standing in the fire. That's the idea, Peef. No men. That's even better than there is no other landing zone. I can't even say that right. There is no other landing zone!
I never dreamed I would ever lay my eyes on the urn of sacred ashes.
Hey, Luxia.
No words to express.
Don't get your knickers in a twist, sweet cheeks. I don't know how mystical this urn really is. The lyrium veins in these walls are richer and purer than any I've sensed in a while. It's doing things, changing this temple and everything in it.
I could not have asked for a greater honor than to be here. I will never forget this feeling.
That's it? Thought it would be bigger.
Here's a final thought, and this is my very last theory about Andres Disasters. Yes, we're up to 5 theories, by the way. This is the 5th one. My 5th theory is the severe amount of lyrium in this area may or may not be affecting the ashes, but the ashes has nothing to do with anything. The severe amount of lyrium is interacting with the people who were once here to create these illusions, these Fade creatures, this otherwise connection to the Fade here, which has been self-perpetuated because of the severe amount of lyrium in the area. It's literally it's a cycle. The lyrium causes the Fade, causes the lyrium, causes the Fade, to the point where this place is basically stuck in its own little self-affirmation. It is entirely possible that all these people we've been encountering with are spirits, but it is also just as possible that they are literally just fragments of magical energy, if you follow. So, in other words, and I admit this was my very first theory about this place, which is why I wanted to mention it last, there is nothing special about this place at all. It is a place that has a lot of lyrium, and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Hey look, it's an unfortunate adventurer.
It is begun. As you say.
That's something I've heard too, Last Exile. That the urn itself is the magical item. The ashes are just ashes, which would also explain how they get replenished. The spirits who maintain this place, assuming there are spirits maintaining this place, could literally just show up and refill the ashes every now and again, and the urn replenishes them. There's a door back there, isn't there? Hang on. Do. Ah, hang on. Oh, my kingdom for a sprint button, or a mount, or just a teleport button. I'm pretty sure I've not known this shortcut is here more than once. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Ahem. It's a teleporting door. And we all dinged. Yay. Oh yeah, we can translate from here, can't we? And by translate, I mean go. Nope, we cannot. Thanks, Lexia. Thank. I'm not sure, Sonic, but I don't believe so. However, there are ashes left over, and based on the actions I took, regular pilgrimages up here are going to become a thing, because I kind of cleared the way. I got rid of the dragons, I renewed interest in the location, I got rid of the twit, who I hate. Oh, I can't wait to fight Solkarain, or whatever her name is. God, you have no idea how much time I spent on that one stupid freaking fight. That one goddamn fight. Now to go all the way down. Does she have the ability to get haste? Let's try to remember where haste is. There it is. Well, eventually. Alright, so down we go. Actually, there's a... Really? Oh, whatever. There's a pretty strong theory that, yes it is, Titans. There's this pretty strong theory that the spirits are self-replenishing, so even though I killed the one, he and they will just be back for anybody else who comes in the future. That is, of course, just a theory. But, yeah.
It shall be done.
Yeah, we're already past that, Sonic. Alright, so where is this supposed shortcut? You're just trolling me now, aren't you? You're just gonna be like, no, there's shortcuts everywhere, Arsh. You're just missing them all. And I'm like, where? Where? No, it's to your right. To your right. See, that was to my left, you lying bastards. Trying to get me confused. I see how it is. I could explain how I constantly go the wrong way, but I actually kind of already have explained that. I remember going the wrong way the first time, so when I play it the second time, I follow my memory, which is going the wrong way, which then gets reinforced as my memory the third time, and so forth and so on. It's one of the reasons I still have trouble in certain dungeons in certain games, even though I've played the game a few trillion times.
Welcome back. You were gone for quite some time. Well, did you find it?
No. Stab! Stab! Die!
Is that? There's some dust up.
Balin, Skystrax.
It's not dust. Omega. I'm not worthy to look upon.
It's just some ashes.
What was it like? Coming to the urn, I mean.
It was...
Tests? Interesting. Very interesting. Perhaps my research will not seem so much like blasphemy to the Chantry now. We must organize an
That's another thing.
There is so much history here.
Why did the Chantry consider his research blasphemy?
And pilgrims should be allowed to come to the urn. But the urn belongs to all the faithful. How can you deny this to them? No, we must share it.
I agree. We cannot withhold this from others. It is not our place.
I wish people wanted to share me more often. Especially the ladies. I want more ladies to share me.
I will spread this good news or die trying.
Then you will die!
I must return home. I have much to do. If you ever find yourself in Denerim, please visit me. I am not a rich man, but I have a small collection of interesting artifacts, and I do owe you a reward for coming to my rescue. I hope to see you soon, my friend.
I should have killed him.
Very well.
But for the reasons I already mentioned. And yet, in so doing, I would be no better than the Jedi Council. See if anyone can figure out what I mean by that. I'll give you a hint. It's something I've been talking about with regards to Episode 2, which obviously you have not seen yet. Royd! Random encounter. Oh, save the dwarves! I guess I'll take out the ogre. In a minute. You guys got this, right, dwarves? No, Mraid?
Gain the advantage.
Lol, Rigel. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Mr. Dino. I was going to share a couple theories about that, because there's two big theories. The first is the one I've actually heard the most often, which I find kind of weird. The first is that some mystical and or mythical thing came in and said, nope, these are not for people, and removed the urn. I don't agree with that personally, but it is actually an interesting theory, and if you think that the Maker and Andraste were real, in the sense that they are portrayed, that would actually make a lot of sense. But here's the trick here, right? It is my personal pet theory that it wasn't just some random guy coming to treasure hunt that took the urn. It was someone who had a little bit more of a long-term goal. Like, oh, I don't know, say, maybe someone who had a great deal of caring about someone who may or may not have been her sister, and who wanted to use her ashes in order to resurrect her once she made certain machinations come into being, blah, blah, blah. I think you get what I'm talking about. If you don't, then go rewatch the rest of my video. But that's my pet theory. Should be obvious why I like that theory, too.
You return. Might you have news?
Yeah, here.
You have? Wonderful.
Actually, I have
Let
just
us
a
go at once
pinch,
to
but
Eden's side and see if the urn's healing powers live up to their reputation.
it's not actually the urn. I just have a pinch of super lyrium-infused ashes. Using the urn, magically using the ashes. Gotcha, Mraid. And then it works. No comment, Luxia, but I appreciate your concern.
Where am I?
In hell!
Be calm, brother. You have been deathly ill for a very long time. Do you remember nothing?
Tegan? What are you doing here? Where is Isolde?
I am here, my husband.
And Connor? Where is my boy? Where is our son?
He lives, though many others are dead. There is much to tell you, husband.
Dead? Then it was not a dream.
Much has happened since you fell ill, brother. Some of it will not be easy for you to hear.
Then tell me. I wish to hear all of it.
One of the things I find interesting, and it's pretty much verified, is the idea that Earl Eamon, while being put in stasis by the demon, was fully aware of what was happening, just utterly incapable of doing anything about it. Kind of horrifying when you think about it.
This is most troubling. There is much to be done, that is true. But I should first be thankful to those who have done so much. Grey Warden, you have not only saved my life, but kept my family safe as well. I am in your debt. Will you permit me to offer you a reward for your service? I understand, but regardless of your motivations, I feel you are worthy of a reward. I would like to honor your efforts. Nothing more.
As you wish. The only reason I say yes here is it's actually a social faux pas to turn it down, and his voice actor actually sounds genuinely discouraged if you say no.
Then allow me to declare you and those traveling with you champions of Redcliffe. You will always be a welcome guest.
I'll comment on that in a second.
And for you, Warden, a shield of the same make as those that have been given to our finest knights.
There we go. So, one of the things I like about that is most people tend to forget that there is actually power, political power, of course, but power nonetheless in terms such as champion of. Now, granted, most people who play the Dragon Age series know what I'm talking about, but just to verify, there's a reason the Champion of Kirkwall was such a tremendous honor, that your word carried ridiculous amounts of political weight, despite having no actual authority or power. It's the entire reason why titles became a thing in real life. The idea of being the Earl of, or the Duke of, or the Archduke of this, or whatever, those titles, for the most part, don't have actual real meaning, and never did. There's a reason why most people who ruled over a particular fiefdom or whatever had like 6 or 7 titles, because individual titles have a political influence behind them under certain circumstances. If you are talking to someone who understands what the weight of is, I have been knighted, I have been made a champion, then they will react differently to you than, if you were to otherwise just say, well, I am in charge here. So, I actually kind of like the fact that he actually goes out of his way to crown us champion of Redcliffe, just because it shows the severity of the extent to which he is grateful for the circumstances, but it also shows his political acumen, because he understands the significance of that weight, of the weight behind such a gift, and would understand, therefore, that we should actually, be considered and such. Now. Yeah, no kidding, Schmeidolf. Anyways, poor Griffins. This is also kind of an unfortunate precedence. It is debatable. Okay, when someone becomes a warden, they lose all titles and political weight, right? That's true. But what is a little more gray and a little more technically is, and I don't mean technically, but technically, is whether or not a Grey Warden can be given titles after being a Grey Warden. So it is actually theoretically possible, and some of the backstory we hear about the Wardens in previous time kind of backs this up, that Grey Wardens, after becoming Grey Wardens, took up additional titles and used them to expand political power. So it is entirely possible that we actually are champions of Redcliffe and can claim that title appropriately, despite the fact that we're a Grey Warden. It's kind of a gray area. Some people could challenge that, and we could argue it back, because it's not actually as cut in stone, as it otherwise could be. And yes, that was a deliberate mention. So,
we should speak of Loghain.
And yes, Alistair can become king. That's exactly another excellent example of that.
Loghain instigates a civil war, even though the Darkspawn are on our very doorstep. Long I have known him. He is a sensible man, one who never desired power.
I was there when he announced he was taking control of the throne, even. He is mad with ambition, I tell you.
He's not mad with ambition.
Indeed. Mad enough to kill Cailan, to attempt to kill myself and destroy my lands. Whatever happened to him, Loghain must be stopped. What's more, we can scarce afford to fight this war to its bitter end.
I would also like to point out that most of the bad things that were just referenced are all pretty directly tied to Howe, not Loghain. But of course, and this is the beautiful part, and this is why Howe's move actually made perfect sense, Loghain gets all the credit, which means Loghain gets all the blame. This is what I actually think Howe's real plan was, by the way. To be the person to do all the horribly evil things on purpose underneath Loghain's rule, specifically so that Loghain would be usurped, and then Howe would be the person positioned to either be very powerful or actually take over himself as the person who was, I was the voice of reason amongst Loghain's mad rule, etc., etc. Just a thought.
We have no time to wage a campaign against him.
Agreed.
Someone must surrender if Ferelden is to have any chance of fighting the Darkspawn.
Now, well...
No, not at all. Loghain is responsible for heinous crimes, and I intend to see him pay. But our armies must be reserved for the Darkspawn, not for each other. I will spread word of Loghain's treachery, both
exactly,
here and
Baronessa.
But it will be but a claim made without proof. Those claims will give Loghain's allies pause, but we must combine it with a challenge Loghain cannot ignore. We need someone with a stronger claim to the throne than Loghain's daughter, the Queen.
Are you referring to Alistair, brother? Are you certain?
I would not propose such a thing if we had an alternative, but the unthinkable has occurred.
Actually, I do, Skystrax, in all honesty. Especially the way I would play a Dwarf Noble. Actually, he doesn't become king, he becomes regent, Rowan. And I know that sounds like a technically, but it isn't. There is a huge distinction between a king and a regent. It's usually a regent in waiting, also. Anyways, one thing I want to point out here. This is another excellent example of the politics of this setting. But this is one of the reasons why I say Earl Eamon is an interesting character. Because he's not a bad guy. He has some elitism about him, he has some traditionalism about him, and I don't like either facet of his character. But ultimately, the thing that's interesting about Eamon is he is very much the capable politician. He is probably the most competent politician in Ferelden, on par with Anora. Those two are probably the most competent and capable, see around Aguiar, politicians of these, in my opinion. Which is another reason why I don't mind the idea of not hardening Alistair if someone who isn't Anora is guiding him in his politics, such as Eamon, but I digress. The point being, he sees this situation and knows that the best way to deal with this situation is not with personal power, because that's not how this setting works. And he knows that. He knows that the best way is to go through the arena he is good at, to use his strengths in order to try and further their cause. The idea of challenging the claim to the throne that is legitimately held by those who currently are trying to reclaim it.
Tegan and I have a claim through marriage, but we would seem opportunists no better than Loghain. Alistair's claim is by blood.
And what about me? Does anyone care what I want?
No.
You have a responsibility, Alistair. Without you, Loghain wins. I would have to support him for the sake of Ferelden. Is that what you want?
But I... No, man.
I see only one way to proceed. I will call for a lands meet. A gathering
Hey, Shadow.
of Ferelden's...
I'm glad you hated it. Wait, I'm sad you hated it.
There, Ferelden can decide who shall rule, one way or another. Then the business of fighting our true foe can begin. What say you to that, my friend? I do not wish to proceed without your blessing.
That is also true, Baronessa. It is worth noting that while there has been civil war fighting as of right now, it's not full-blown. It's not everyone going completely full tilt against everyone else. If that happened, there is absolutely no doubt Ferelden would crumble completely, and probably just become another footnote in history books. Ugh, neck. I'm glad you liked it, Raskor. I wouldn't mind knowing what you disagreed with, because I always like hearing dissenting opinions as long as they're well presented. I'm still undecided on my canon decision with Alistair. It's one of the very few decisions I haven't 100% decided on. Hardening him or not hardening him. You want to talk about something that has long-reaching consequences? Because I know he's going to be the king. I already have decided he's going to be king, but...
None of this would be possible without you. You led Alistair here. You saved my life with the urn of sacred ashes. It's your lead I follow. I am a credible enough figure in this nation to call the lands meet, but I hold no illusions that I could face Loghain without you. Surely you see that.
And therein, your Earl Eamon proves his true intelligence, because he recognizes that even though he wields political power that is basically unmatched, he is, for all intents and purposes, the single most politically powerful person in Ferelden as of right now. Really, he is. But he knows that he needs personal power backing that. And he knows that that's us. And that's one of the reasons I ended up supporting him. He may not be someone I overly cared about that much or like that much, but he is definitely someone who is intelligent enough to recognize the truth of things. So, yeah. That is true, Raskor. Episode 1 definitely does not stand on its own. Shadow, Jar Jar Binks is comparable to C-3PO. There, I said it. A second time.
Very well. I will send out the word.
I'm having trouble breathing today.
I believe there is the matter of the mage, my son's tutor. He still lives, I understand.
He does. He is in the dungeon.
Okay, Raskor.
Have him brought here, Tegan. I wish to see him.
That actually makes me curious. Because I'm not sure I talked about anything that is considered a hot topic.
Is not in question. You tried to assassinate me and set into motion a series of events that nearly destroyed everything I cherish. What have you to say in your own defense?
Nothing, my lord. Other than to say I am sorry. I expect no mercy for what I've done.
I see. Grey Warden, have you anything to say on Jowan's behalf? Oh? That is unexpected.
Hardening is something I'll do in the
What would you
keep.
have me do? As the injured party, my ability to see the merciful path is strained.
I would use him expertly, Titans. Samurai, I already have 4 other television series to go through, so I'm trying not to add more to the pile just yet.
That I cannot do. He is a Maleficar, and I cannot unleash him on a land already racked by war
Really?
and chaos.
Dino? I thought there was.
Jowan, I hereby turn you over to the Tower of the Circle of Magi.
No, it would have been better if you
Maker
killed
have
him.
mercy on your soul.
It literally would have been better if you killed him. God almighty, just kill the guy! No, wait, let me stab him!
We should head to Denerim as soon as possible.
I'm sorry, Jowan!
I can delay that, however, if you have other plans. I would prefer not giving Loghain time to consider, but it is up to you. I do not wish to go to Denerim unless you are with me.
Sorry, John.
Excellent. I shall make the arrangements. Let us be off to Denerim, and may the Maker watch over us. Denerim is the heart and soul of Ferelden.
I've already been here.
It was the city of King Calenhad, the birthplace of Andraste.
There was a dragonborn here? Wow.
As stubborn as a Mabari, and as good to have on your side. If we defeat Loghain here, the rest of the nation will follow us.
Politics.
By calling the Landsmeet, I've struck the first blow. The advantage, for the moment, is ours. He will have little choice but to show himself, to oppose us directly.
You can tell who's in charge because
He
his
will
armor's
fight
shinier.
back at us. The only question that remains
Gotcha,
is
Shadow.
how soon.
I agree completely.
Loghain, this is an honor that the Regent would find time to greet me personally.
How could I not welcome a man so important as to call every lord in Ferelden away from his estates, while a blight claws at our land?
Oh, now you think it's
The
a blight.
is why I'm here. With Cailan dead, Ferelden must have a king to lead it against the Darkspawn.
Ferelden has a strong leader. Its queen. And I lead her armies.
Really? You know, it's kind of funny. I thought I had a bit of... when I very first played this, I thought I had quite a bit of a handle on Loghain, personality-wise, until this scene, where he suddenly says the exact opposite of what he was saying up to this point in time, and suddenly decides, oh, wait, no, we need to be united because this is definitely a blight, and we definitely need to take care of it. And I'm just staring at him like, what? But I'm going to go ahead and...
And who is this, Eamon? Some new stray you picked up on the road? And here I thought it was only royal bastards you played the nursemaid to. You have my sympathies on what happened to your order. It is unfortunate that they chose to turn against Ferelden.
Well, fortunately, I am politically adept, so...
Don't interrupt, Churl. Your betters are talking.
You're interrupting.
This is not the time or place. I had hoped to talk
Yes, I'll
you
kill the
down
crap out of
from
you
this
later.
rash course, even. Our people are frightened. Our king is dead. Our land is under siege. We must be united now if we are to endure this crisis. Your own sister, Queen Rowan, fought tirelessly to see Ferelden restored. Would you see her work destroyed? You divide our nation and weaken our efforts against the Blight. Your selfish ambitions to the throne.
Oh no, I'm killing the crap out of Cothrian. I need my revenge. God, I need my revenge on that woman. Here's the interesting thing about this statement right here. It took me until my second playthrough to understand what the hell's going through Logain's mind here. Because if you think about it, what he's saying is completely contradictory to everything he's been doing and saying up to this point. And yet, the kind of strange fact here is that everything he's saying actually makes a great deal of sense from his own twisted perspective. Keep in mind everything I mentioned earlier about how all the horrible things that have been happening as a result of how. Now look at Logain's perspective. From in his mind, he need the Ferelden should be united, and he can only trust himself and his daughter to actually take care of Ferelden interests, to make sure Orlais stays over there and doesn't, interact with us in any way, shape, or form, and that we can deal with the Blight on our own. Now, into this picture comes someone he formerly trusted, who is, in Logain's perspective, making a play for the throne. And it's true, Earl Eamon is making a play for the throne. If Alistair takes the throne, there is no one who denies the fact that, politically speaking, the people who back them, including Eamon and Tegan, are going to be people who actually gain a great deal of prestige and political power as a result of having his ear and his backing in that maneuver. So all Logain sees is politics. All he sees is all this crap happening that's getting in the way of the war we should be fighting. He is so blind to the fact that he is actually the direct cause of everything that's going on, and we are just doing what we can in order to stand up against that. And it makes me wonder how many other people in history have been in the same position of Tyrion Logain.
I should put my faith in untried foreign hands. Do you think I'm blind? Kaelan depended on the Grey Warden's prowess against the Darkspawn, and look how well that ended.
That's true,
To
Titans.
speak of reality rather than tall tales. Stories will not save us.
I cannot forgive what you've done, Logain. Perhaps the Maker can, but not I. Our people deserve a king of the Theron bloodline.
There's that
Alistair will be the one
elitism
to
kind of
lead
coming
us
in
to
there,
victory
just
in
a
this
little
fight.
bit.
The Emperor of Orlais also thought I could not bring him down. Expect no more mercy than I showed him. There is nothing I would not do for my homeland.
Well, that was bracing. I didn't expect Logain to show himself quite so soon.
It's also worth noting, Aenir points out a very, very important part. Logain may have tremendous political power, but he is incredibly inept when it comes to politics. He does not know anything, really, when it comes to political manipulations and machinations. He is a soldier and a general. He knows how to be on the battlefield and how to fight on the battlefield, and I'm killing Cothrian and there's nothing you can do about it. So, unless you donate $3,000. Now, but in all seriousness, he is the kind of person who is completely out of his league when it comes to the political. I mean, I already talked extensively about the myriad mesh of politics that Ferelden has. Logain knows none of that, and he is actually up against people who do know that. I find myself wondering how much of him is relying solely on his daughter, who has become a soldier of that particular battlefield rather than his. But anyways, moving on.
I would not ask you to. But bear in mind that he will be well protected by his alliance with
Blah, blah, blah. I'm
He
killing
always
Hal.
seemed the kind of man who enjoyed kicking stray dogs. I would not have thought Loghain would trust him. We need eyes and ears in the city. Loghain has been here for months.
Does nobody understand why I'm killing Cothrian?
Begin here. The sooner we find them, the better we can turn them to our advantage. Go have a look around and see what you can turn up. Find the
I already did
nobles
that,
who have
Schmeidolf.
arrived for the Landsmeet. Test the waters. See how many will support us. When you're ready to talk strategy, come upstairs to my sitting room. We can lay out our plans for the Landsmeet then.
I'd like to think that my Oblivion character has eyes slightly more open than Loghain. But then again, I could kind of see that, especially if my Oblivion character went through more than he has already gone through. You say that, Shadow, and yet you're forgetting that the Ferelden as an establishment, an organization, is very new. As in, within the last 30 years, new. So, no is the answer. Alright, so here's why I'm going to kill Cothrian. Because she is the single strongest super optional boss in the game, in my opinion. That includes Awakening, by the way. And I had a hell of a time killing her legitimately on Nightmare after several attempts. And I've never cheated on this game, or even knew cheating was a thing in this game, and now I am, so I'm just going to one-shot her for the cathartic value. And that's why Cothrian will die. For my personal enjoyment. What? Don't look at me like that. We need him.
Yes.
I have no idea. Oh, alright, people have been asking for Zevran lately, so let's pull Zevran out here. And her.
Indeed.
That's kind of the idea, Alexia. And hopefully, you know, people will continue to enjoy it, especially since, well, I don't want to say anything. Well, that is true, Baronessa, but you get what I'm... Well, okay, maybe you don't get what I mean. The politics that exist now are basically new and mostly borrowed. So... I don't know, have I befriended Zevran? Actually, that's a good point, though. We need to make sure Zevran's, like, high up on her. Okay, Zevran's loyal. We should be good.
So, I imagine it has been some time for you, Liliana.
Some time for me? I do not know what you mean.
Some time since you last knocked boots, shall we say? You did just come from the cloistered life, no?
Of course it has been some time. There are more important things in life than knocking boots, Zevran.
Oh, I'll not argue that. I simply mean that the body has urges. Urges given to us by the Maker. Yours must be considerable after all that time.
That is a very personal question.
I mean no offense. I simply offer my services should you ever feel the need for release.
Let me think about it then. Should every man in Ferelden suddenly die, you may even have your chance.
Haha, progress.
He just has to kill everyone first, including me. Alright, yes. We want to go do this. Much as I hate to do it.
That's my sister's house. I'm almost sure of it. This is the right address. She could be inside. Could we go and see?
And let me explain one of the great, interesting things, good or bad, it's debatable, about being a role player like I am. I know that his sister, excuse my language, is a bitch. And I know that this is just going to hurt Alistair to interact with her. But at the same time, my character doesn't know anything about that. And so my character, who just wants to help Alistair and is eager even to make him feel better, is like, yeah, let's go, let's do it. Oh.
Will she even know who I am? Does she even know I exist? My sister. That sounds very strange. Sister. Oh, now I'm babbling. Maybe we should go. Let's go.
And yeah, she's not actually his sister. That's even better. It's a lie. Although, of course, my character doesn't know that either.
Hello?
Hey, you have linens to wash? I charge 3 bits on a bundle. You won't find better. And don't trust what that Natalia woman tells you either. She's foreign and she'll rob you blind.
I'm not here to have any wash done.
You can't wash my
name's
armor anyways.
Alistair. Well, this may sound sort of strange, but are you Goldana? If so, I suppose I'm your brother.
My what? I am Goldana, yes. How do you know my name? What kind of tomfoolery are you folk up to?
Look, our mother, she worked as a servant in Redcliffe Castle a long time ago before she died. Do you know about that?
You! I knew it! They told me you was dead. They told me the babe was dead along with mother, but I knew they was lying.
They told you I was dead? Who? Who told you that?
Them's at the castle. I told them the babe was the king's and they said he was dead. Gave me a coin to shut my mouth and sent me on my way. I knew it.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that. The babe didn't die. I'm him. I'm your brother.
For all the good it does me. You killed mother, you did, and I've had to scrape by all this time. That coin didn't last long, and when I went back, they ran me off. And who in the Maker's name are you? Some servant of his to carry all his riches, I expect.
Hey, don't speak to him that way. He's my friend. And a Grey Warden, just like me.
Oh, I see. A prince and a Grey Warden too. Well, who am I to think poorly of someone so high and mighty compared to me? I don't know you, boy. Your royal father forced himself on my mother and took her away from me. And what do I got to show for it? Nothing. They tricked me good. I should have told everyone. I got 5 mouths to feed. And unless you can help with that, I got less than no use for you.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
You know what's sad? We as human beings do this all the time. We tell ourselves lies to make things that happen more understandable, more relatable, easier to tolerate. So she has this whole story in her head spun about how, you know, she mentioned it in brief. The king forced himself upon her mother, and she and all of her family, her 5 children, because she can't keep her knees closed, have to have all this suffering and misery, and it's all his fault, all because he did this, and we've just been pushed aside by the politics of the situation, and blah-bitty-freaking blah. It's kind of funny in its own way, because it's true, the common people do suffer because of the politics of the upper nobility caste. That is true. But, in this specific case, all Goldana is doing is refusing to take any ownership or responsibility for herself or her own actions, and is pinning all her blame and all her bitterness at her own life, which she hates, on a convenient target. And then you have Alistair. I'm going to be blunt. Alistair is probably the closest guy to my brother in this particular setting. I love Alistair. He is awesome. He is a genuinely good person who just cares about others and wants to help and wants to do the right thing. You have someone so earnest and so innocent and so good thrown up against someone who is so bitter and so dark and so broken down. I don't see how it is possible for me to not take sides in that particular arrangement.
Well, so he's found it. I'm his sister. But what are you to me, boy? Except the one who took my mother away,
Blame
You think
figure.
I wished I dead? I never wanted that. I didn't have the life you think I did, Goldana.
I suppose not.
And here's the other reason why I hate her, coming up in a
Isn't he?
moment.
But, brother or no, I've got 5 mouths to feed and no time to spare until they are.
And let me promise you this, Goldana. I'll do whatever I can. Speak to whomever I have to
To ensure you and your children are taken care of.
That sounds all well and fine.
Maybe I did the wrong dialogue
choice. I
choice.
don't exactly hold my breath.
You have my promise. I can't give you more than that. Let's go. I want to go. Goodbye, sister.
Yeah, I did it wrong. There's a way if you basically screw up that dialogue option.
That was not what I expected, to put it lightly.
Where...
I lived up to my
yeah.
promise.
I'll talk in a second.
But this is the family I've been wondering about all my life? I can't believe it. I guess I was expecting her to accept me without question. Isn't that what family is supposed to do? I feel like a complete idiot.
You are a complete idiot. You fool! Alright, got that out of my system. Yes, that's exactly right, Rowan. If you pick the dialogue options in such a way, she actually demands money. Flat out insists that because you're better off, it is owed her. And that you must provide her, because after all, she's got 5 mouths to feed. Which is the other reason I can't stand Goldana, and just want to smack her. Now, if memory serves, this is where you can harden Alistair. Am I correct about that? Because I've never actually done it. And yeah, you can kill her in Darkspawn Chronicles, by the way. It's very satisfying. It would be even better if she had 10 gold on her when you kill her as a Darkspawn. Wouldn't that be awesome? Here's why I have never brought myself to harden Alistair. Because the only way to harden Alistair, whether it is the correct decision or not, is to be cruel to him. To be mean. To show him, by the way, the world sucks and everything sucks about it. Speaking as someone who has his own difficulties in real life related to that very concept, it is a very difficult thing for me to turn to someone and say to them, life sucks, get used to it. Because if someone told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't be here right now. You understand? So I can't do it.
Yes, I'm sorry too. I guess I should have known better. Let's just go. I don't want to talk about this anymore.
So, let's go talk to the nobility. And hopefully maintain Zevran's loyalty.
By order of the new Earl of Denerim, no one is to enter the alienage. There's been an elven uprising. Knifeears even have the gall to attack the Earl's only son. Killed him in cold blood. With the whole Urian family dead, the regent appointed Rendon Howe of Amaranthine the new Earl of Denerim. First thing he did was lead a purge of the alienage. It's a mess in there. When things are put back in order, the gates will be reopened. Now on your way.
Can I just kill this guy? No? Okay. Wrong button. This one? No, this one? There we go. I actually don't know what to do next. Because my next memories are of doing the alienage. Other than all the dozens of side quests out here. Which I am... yeah. Yeah, Sonic. I managed to convince him I was not the Grey Warden, so his life would be spared. For those of you not aware, if you don't do that, you either have to duel him, or if you refuse to duel him, he'll fight you later, and one way or another you have to kill him. And yes, that bastard just casually mentioned genocide as if it was nothing. Because that's just, yeah.
Dwarven crafts. Fine dwarven crafts.
I'm not doing the crime wave, obviously. In fact, I actually will not, it's on the keep, and I will not be doing it there. That's right, that's right. I didn't talk to Honora. I knew I missed something. And by Honora, I mean, Erlina. Alright. Yes, Morrigan is dead. I killed her just for you, Shadow. And then I brought her back because you're a horrible person. And by the way, happy N... I'm sorry, I actually forgot to say this earlier. Happy N7 Day to everyone. In honor of better times that don't actually have to go away.
Ah, Warden. I trust you've made yourself comfortable.
$2 is not enough. I'll take 3,000. Will that be possible, Shadow? I was hoping for silk sheets and candied grapes.
This is Erlina. She's...
I am Queen Enora's handmaiden. She sent me here to ask for your help.
Or perhaps the young lady prefers to speak for herself.
I am here for Logain's daughter, not for Logain. Their interests are not so similar as they once were. The Queen, she is in a difficult position.
I'd do it for $1 million.
She loved her husband, no, and trusted her father to protect him. When he returns with no king and
$2 is not enough. Sorry,
what does she do?
$2 is insignificant.
She worries, no? But when she tries
Compared to
speak
Morgan's
with
life.
him, he does not answer. He tells her not to trouble herself. So she goes to help. A visit from the Queen to the new Isle of Denrum is only a matter of courtesy, and she demands answers.
Yeah, it's just like saying Aerith, am I right, Shadow?
He calls her every sort of name, traitor being the kindest, and locks her in a guest room. King Kellen was like a son to him, and Logain left him to die. Does he love Honora more? Who can say? I think her life is in danger. I heard Hal say she would be a greater ally dead than alive, especially if her death could be blamed on Al-Iman.
Politics. This is Honora's political acumen on display here. This is why Honora is such a dangerous opponent, and one of the reasons why she should die. This entire situation is set up such that she is going to come out the better from the situation, basically no matter how it ends up. She has arranged her own capture by people who she knows are not actually going to cause her any significant harm, because if they do so, it would be political suicide. And then she arranges for people who are her political enemies to recover her so she can make sure that she has a political connection to the other side, so that she is well connected no matter who ends up the victor of this situation. And she ensures that she is furthering her own particular ends and that of her father's by trying to use this entire situation not only to actually... let me put it this way. Either the trap she lays succeeds, and now Logain's position is stronger, or the trap she lays fails, and now your position is stronger. And either way, she has now connected herself more clearly and more connectedly to either side. And what do you mean, how does she arrange her capture? She walks up to Hao and says, "Hey, I need you to pretend to capture me." And Hao says, "Okay." Here's my thoughts on the new images, Echo. You ready for this?
Yes, this is what she hoped he would say. Logain, he has said much about the young Grey Warden.
I'm happy, Lava.
He is worried.
I really am.
We may have no choice but to
V
trust Honora. Her
for
queen
victory.
is well loved. If Logain succeeded in pinning her death on me, I'm not sure that's a risk we can afford to take.
God, I hate Honora. This is why I said Honora deserves to die. I explained that in full earlier, but Honora is truly a shining example of what is wrong with this setting. Someone like that is basically one of the best people to rule this setting, and that is wrong! I'm just gonna say it bluntly.
I have some uniforms. I'll hire so many new guards every day. A few more will not cause much stir. I will show you to the serpent's entrance. We must slip in and out with...
No, there's actually no option to kill Honora that I'm aware of.
Meet me there as soon as you can.
Like, ever. You can do a lot of things to remove her from power, but you cannot kill her. Ah, shoot, I wasn't paying attention. Where am I going? Okay. Yes, Cyric, I am interested. And awesome fight. Zevran again, and Oghren, and Alistair.
Yes.
I already answered it, Gamer Mamer. I don't know how else to further explain that. I actually spent like 30 minutes talking about that when we were at the Orzammar section. We need to reset the game soon. Flush the RAM. Okay, this way. Wait, hang on. Yeah, that's right. It is worth noting that Enora does do some good with her power if she is granted it. We'll see if that's any long-term indicative, but it's hard for me to further explain why she's terrible without just repeating what I've already said. So the first thing we got to do is we need to go to the brothel. I mean, we are seriously in some need of some poontang here. So. Yes, that's the problem, Baronessa. The fact that the world is in such a state that that's the best situation is wrong. And that's the problem. That is why when I very first played this game, my first thought was not, oh, this is an awesome game. It was, does this setting deserve to survive?
So here is the mighty Grey Warden at long last. The crows send their greetings once again.
So they sent you, Taliesin. Or did you volunteer for the job?
I volunteered, of course. When I heard that the great Zevran had gone rogue, I simply had to see it for myself.
Is that so? Well, here I am, in the flesh.
You can return with me, Zevran. I know why you did this, and I don't blame you. It's not too late. Come back and we'll make up a story. Anyone can make a mistake.
Actually, Mr. Dino, that is what I've always assumed. I've always assumed it was not Enora who was Baron, but it was actually Kaelin. I could be totally, of course, wrong with that, but, you know. Yeah, sure, Sigleaf. I'll have to watch it, because I'm streaming all day, but yeah.
And I'm not about to let that happen.
Yeah! Zevran, I love you, man.
I'm sorry, my old friend, but the answer is no. I'm not coming back.
I like Zevran.
You should have stayed in Antiva.
It's a shame. Obviously, for this particular playthrough, because of time restraints, I haven't been doing all the quests and talking to him at all the points I could have. But I do like earning Zevran's loyalty bit by bit, in the way that no one else ever has. And that's why you earn Zevran's loyalty, because no one else has ever reached out to him to the way and in the way that you do. And so he ends up staying loyal to you for the first time, arguably the first time he's ever truly loyal to anyone, because that person has actually shown and demonstrated actual caring for and about him.
Taliesin is dead, and I am free of the crows. They will assume that I am dead along with Taliesin. So long as I do not make my presence known to them, they will not seek me out. A very good thing. It is in fact what I had hoped for ever since you decided not to kill me. I have enjoyed our company, but I am wondering if it is not time for me to leave. That would be the practical thing to do, no? There is a freedom awaiting me that I have never known. But I suppose the decision is yours. Will you let me go? Do you? I suppose there are worse things I could do with my time than save the world. And who could resist such a request? Very well. I will not abandon you. Let us return to the task at hand, then. There is still much to be done, yes?
And I like that little cutscene, too. You could do a persuasion check, but I like that all you have to do to convince him to stay with you is just ask him, as a friend, to stay. And his response was, of course! Because that's how Zevran has grown as a character in his time with you. Awesome stuff there. Right. So, okay. Dragon Age 2 has a problem with repeating map things. Really, 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 really badly, right? But Dragon Age Origins doesn't have that problem for the most part, except for a couple of things. You see this little arena here right now? This is like the only city tile that exists, is this area. So all the random encounters you could have in this area are all in this one spot, which kind of bugs me. And then in order to proceed into the rest of the city, you have to go here, into this tower, which also has always kind of bothered me, but whatever. It's a minor thing, I just mention it for the sake of completion. But exactly, Raskar, he stays because he wants to. Love that. Alright, to the brothel! I just want to point something out here, because, oh, they definitely are Gamer Mamer. BioWare does not do anything original. They take existing concepts and make them awesome. At least that's what they used to do.
Why do they call it a brothel? There's no broth. Or is there?
I could talk about the language of that.
Isabella, we want our money.
So,
I think you forget who you are speaking to. I will give you a chance to leave quietly.
no, I'm coming. I'll help, I swear. No? Okay, I'll just watch the fight. Yep. Just watching.
She's too good.
Be off with you now, and be glad I only took from you your gold.
Question.
Fools.
Is she the same voice actress in 2? I don't actually know the answer there. So, this is Isabella.
And look who we have here. Come to apologize for leaving me bereft of my lord husband and then vanishing without a trace.
You know it was just business, Isabella. Business that turned out well for you, I see. You inherited the ship, I take it.
I suppose I never did like the greasy bastard, and the siren treats me.
I was pretty sure there was a different voice actress. So yeah, I'm trying to get a good shot of her face. No comment, BRW Ghost. Oh, by the way, also, no men.
Indeed. This is Isabella, Queen of the Eastern Seas and the sharpest blade in Lomeran. And Isabella, my dear, you will no doubt be amused to discover that I am traveling with a Grey Warden.
A Grey Warden?
There's her face.
Charmed.
So, yeah, by the way, if you bring Zevran, the two have some history. So, notice her face, okay? Really, you know what, we're going to go ahead and just be blunt with this. We're going to go ahead and really get this across. I'm going to go ahead and link an image in chat. Bzz. So, there. Now, they changed a number of things. They changed a number of things when it went from Dragon Age to Dragon Age 2. Obviously, most of that was just cosmetic changes. Most of that was relatively minor, and most of it doesn't bother me. The only one that actually bugs the crap out of me is Isabella. Look at the difference between her in Origins and her in 2. No, don't look at her chest. Up, further, face. Look at the completely different way she looks. I mean, I've talked before about how I didn't even recognize, what's her name? Ashley in Mass Effect 3 the first time I saw her, until I heard the voice. But Isabella, I actually didn't recognize to the point where it never actually occurred to me that this Isabella was the same Isabella in 1 until it was directly mentioned. And then my response was, wait, really?
I assume you saw that little drama, and none of these poor brutes has ever proven a match for me. They are too clumsy and predictable. I fight with
There's a nice
quickness and
close-up of
wit
the face.
rather than with brute force and strength. I call myself a duelist because I honed my skills in duels with warriors I encountered over the years.
I'm not necessarily complaining, by the way. I'm just sharing the reality of the situation. Didn't even realize it was the same person. Like, literally
An unusual request, coming from a fearsome slayer of Darkspawn. I am flattered that you wish to learn from me, sweet thing. But I have watched you, and you seem to lack a particular grace that is required.
Yeah, I'm not a rogue.
You are accustomed to doing battle a certain way, yes? I can teach you some basics. Perhaps you can pass it on to someone who might be interested in what I have to offer.
Yeah, Meryl is another one that
However,
changes
wish to get to know my
completely.
potential student better, so we shall call for a drink, and you will honor me with a game.
I don't think I have the dexterity to win this, so...
Have you ever played Wicked Grace? It is easy to learn, but difficult to master. You must watch your opponent's moves as carefully as your own. Before we start, the cards must be shuffled. Shall I, or would you like to?
You shuffle them.
Very well.
Alright, so she is cheating here.
There. That should be sufficient.
You need to do a check to catch it.
5 cards each to start with, and may the cleverest player win. Oh! I think this card will come in handy.
Yeah, I don't think I have the dexterity for this. Oh, I do! I almost never do when I come here.
You certainly have quick reflexes. I'm quite impressed. And as for me cheating, well, the game does not matter. I just wanted to see if you could outwit me.
And that's probably why I actually liked Isabella's presentation here as a character.
And I would be honored to pass my skills on to you.
She's... I don't know how to explain it. She's just the kind of character that appeals to me. She's certainly not exactly a good character. In fact, she's probably one of the more evil characters who isn't insanely psychopathically evil. How? But at the same time, she is someone who has a certain honesty about her presentation. It's a very Jack Sparrow kind of a thing, you know? The entire point of her trying to cheat you at a game is literally just to see if you can catch her at cheating. I mean, I don't know how else to actually explain that other than that particular engagement there.
Come, we will need some space for this.
She's also someone who very much relies on skill in absence of power. Forgive me for segueing for just a moment. I have talked extensively about the differences between skill and power. The best way I can usually explain this is someone who is very skilled is someone who knows how to utilize what they have to the greatest possible extent. Someone who's very powerful is someone who doesn't need skill. They can just wave their hand over things and crush them. And of course, there are the rare characters who actually have a merger of the two, who are both very powerful and very skilled. But anyways, my point being, Isabella here is definitely someone who leans heavily on the skill side of things. Which is actually ironic because my own presentation of Zagmus as a Grey Warden was very much on the power side of things. He was a mage, don't forget. Yeah, it's the difference between Batman and Superman. Although, depending on the writer, Superman has also been skilled, depending on the... Yeah, anyways.
The servant's entrance is on the other side of the house. We must slip past this crowd to reach it. We will have to be very careful. Our How is inside.
Excellent! Okay, I can't even do the evil laugh. I'm just so looking forward to killing that bastard! God, I hate him! I'm gonna, like, one-shot him and it's gonna be glorious. Because he's not even worth my time. I'm just gonna be like, bonk! And he's gonna be dead. Oh, that's gonna be satisfying. Not as satisfying as killing Cothrian, but satisfying. Boop.
I will be right behind you.
Get a save in here. I'm saving a lot. I could be commenting on a lot of your guys' mentions here, but I do have to mention that I'm trying not to talk about Dragon Age 2 too much until we're actually there. So, yeah, okay, fine. We'll kill your soldiers. Hey, Omni. What is up, yo? We were just talking about how FF9 is awesome! Oh, I agree, Titans. They do go overboard, because you can go overboard. It all depends on the writing. It's one of those things that comic book fans have said for years. I like insert comic book character here, depending on the writer. I like insert comic book storyline here, depending on the writer. We always have to add that little suffix, otherwise, well, it doesn't work, you know? And now to kill Isabella, Morrigan. Who else am I killing? Shadow? Oh yeah, Shadow. Must kill Shadow. There we go.
I can distract the guards, but you must move quickly.
Can't I just kill them? Oh yeah, we didn't put on our disguises. Skystrax, I'm sorry, when I say Cothrian was the most difficult battle in the entirety of Dragon Age, actually, for me, I'm not kidding. Seriously, how many of you out there, and I'm honestly curious, no attempt at elitism here, how many people out there have actually defeated Cothrian on Nightmare difficulty? Now, I can raise my hand to that. It actually took me a couple attempts before I decided to go ahead and be like, okay, I'm going to start being cheap. For those of you who don't know what I mean, you set up traps in advance in the places you know the mobs are going to spawn, and then go ahead and deal with all of the ads, and then go ahead and deal with her. But even then, Cothrian hits so hard on Nightmare difficulty that most of the time she literally just one-shots anyone she actually connects with. Just... oh, God, that fight! Even when I actually had full strategy and setup and everything, I was just praying for a roll of the dice to dodge, you know? It's also worth noting that my character that I played through on Nightmare was a mage. Now, you may be like, huh? Because, see, here's the thing. My mage, at least at this point in the game, was pretty much fully developed around the idea of using Mage Bomb or Mana Bomb or whatever it's called. The one that kills their mana and then does damage to them, which is an insanely powerful spell. She has no mana, and so I couldn't use my biggest hitting attack on her. I don't know, Salamander. Except I actually do know. Cothrian is not an interesting character so much as a understandable character. She is, there's a trope for that. It's something along the lines of my country, right or wrong. The idea being she is so loyal to her charge and her steed, you know, which in this case is Loghain, that she refuses to, you know, acknowledge anything that's wrong about him. Oh, congrats, Omni! Poor Lavos. I knew him well. But it's okay, because you'll get to kill him again and again in New Game Plus.
More guards patrol every hour. If they find these two missing, they will know... how you say... something is amiss. I will lure them into the courtyard.
I like Dragon Age 2, but again, not talking about it yet. Alright, so... let's do it!
We're under attack!
Time to infiltrate the castle! Twitch style. Storm of the Century in the armor, permastun, gathering spell, no healing. Ah, see, I didn't go with that way with my build. I was just nuke DPS with a lot of focus on, not Mana Bomb, but, I can't remember what the spell is. The spell that is the Mana Bomb spell.
Ah, it took me forever to be rid of those two. You are certain you will not wear the disguise? The servants here, they have no love for Hal. But they will be frightened by strangers bursting in.
I'm not... yeah.
They are little threat to you, no? But they will call for the guards when they see you.
Dwarves, piece here. Easy answer. I love Orzammar.
You have to be quick.
Fascinating, horrifying, intellectually engaging, fun stuff. Love it. Frankie, I am playing until we have... oh, you mean today? Probably until like 10-ish, 11-ish tonight, something like that.
Andraste, guide us.
Yes, I'm playing a thug this time around. Let's do it! Kill them all! Kill everything! I can't muster the enthusiasm. Sweep beside the ants. Sweep beside the ants. Monoclash, that's the one. Use me. I don't care for the deep roads either, but the rest of Orzammar makes it up for me. It's probably telling that on this playthrough for the stream, I actually forgot about the Deep Roads and how much I dislike that section of the game because of how much I love the rest of it. How much I love the rest of Orzammar. Kill the Jedi! Kill the Jedi! Okay, no one's gonna get that reference. Alright, they're all dead. They made the mistake of working for Hal. I'm glad you like it, Mogan? By the way, I put forth a rumination today about Star Wars Episode 1, if anyone wants to go see it. It's terrible. Nobody likes it. Especially Shadow. The only thing I don't like about the Deep Roads is it's a lot of combat, and it gets a little repetitive. But I already talked about that.
As you said.
By the way, the reference is to a webcomic called Darths and Droids, which I highly, highly, highly recommend. Like, to the point of, you should go read it. Recommend.
We're under attack!
Don't lie to me, Salamander. Nobody watched that. Intruders! Cutscene! There's a magic field.
Warden is here, my lady.
Thank the Maker. I would greet you properly, but I'm afraid we've had a setback. How am I supposed to answer that? Shall I try to shove my crown under the door?
Yes.
Do you think the royal family has a secret knock?
Yes.
My host was not content with leaving me under heavy guard. He sealed the door by magic.
Now, it's worth noting this is possible that this was something Hao did regardless of Enora's overall plan. We're not sure, and it doesn't matter, but it's just worthy of note.
I did not know. There were only guards here when I left. We must get her out of there.
Don't panic, Erlina. Find the mage who cast the spell. He'll most likely be at Hal's side. Thank you, Warden. My prayers go with you.
It is 2:12 where I am, Frankie.
In his rooms. They're at the end of the hall, on the left.
Excellent. Time to go kill the crap out of Hal with one shot.
All right, that's it. Margaret wins again.
Wait, hang on. Is it this way? It's either this way or the other way. I actually don't remember. Pretty sure it's this way.
It has begun.
Someone's here.
You didn't say nothing. Wait.
Fraternizing.
You're not on my watch. Call the watch. We've got an intruder.
I was gonna let you live just because you were screwing the servant, but now you're gonna die and you're never gonna screw her again, so consider your life choices, buddy. Idiot. Yeah, I need to rescue the prisoners. That's actually quite important. Zevran? Oh, let's level you up, Zevran. I need... What do I need for unlocking stuff? I don't actually remember. Cunning. That's what I thought. Okay. I am on the East Coast, Gamer Mamer. Cunning. Just crank it. It's not like I need you in combat. I can't make you a bard. What? Okay, open the door.
This won't take long.
Hey, look, piles of treasure. Nah, no interest in that. What else we got? Yeah, I know, Schmeidolf. I've done that before. Poor sods. Excuse me. Ugly Bugly coming through. And this guy is awesome. No, really. I actually like him. I like how we just wait patiently for him to get himself dressed.
I thank you for creating such distraction, stranger. I have been waiting days for the opportunity. Do you think you could... Alistair? Is that you?
Who? Wait. I do know you. You were at my joining. He's one of us. A warden from Orlais. Jada, I think. Or was it Montserrat? I'm afraid I don't remember your name.
I'm Riordan, senior warden of Jada, but born and bred in Highever, and glad to be home. Because I wasn't there.
Hi, Saldir.
I was sent from Orlais when we received no word from King Kalen. The king had invited all the wardens of Orlais and their support troops to join him. Then nothing.
Damn it, Loghain.
With an offer of hospitality and a poisoned chalice. I was fool enough to think Loghain didn't yet know who I was.
It's possible he didn't. It's possible How did this.
I saw him go into the dungeons. He may
And
still
by
be
possible, I mean absolutely positive. Yeah, he does, Maz. This guy is probably the best example of what the wardens of this era really, in my opinion, are. Just overall, like he is your typical, but I mean that in a good way, example of the current era Grey Wardens.
I wouldn't be much use to you in my current condition. And if you'll pardon me, I've a sudden desire to breathe some free air. I will seek you out later, after I find a good physician. And good luck, brother.
I don't have much else to share about him, really. He's one of those characters that's simple yet awesome. It's hard to explain. We'll see him in action later on, though. He's also an incredibly important puzzle piece to the overall plot, because he is a Grey Warden who actually knows the secrets of the Grey Wardens, who is still alive. Keep in mind, Alistair doesn't know much, and we know less. So, he is pretty much absolutely essential to us actually understanding certain things. Imagine for a moment if we didn't know about the Archdemon thing, just like, oh, I don't know, they didn't know back when Dumas was destroying the hell out of everything. If simple was always bad, then that would be simple, Shadow, which would be bad. We're flushing the RAM, for those of you who don't know what I'm doing here. Come on. He's referring to my Star Wars rumination and George Lucas's writing style, which I dissected a bit. Jade Empire didn't really do that, did it? I don't know, it's been a long time since I've played Jade Empire.
I should do it.
Oh, definitely Saldir. That's actually kind of my point, really. Riordan, however you pronounce his name, is an excellent example of someone who is... well, he's zealous, but he's not actually... how do I put this? He is a good example of why zealotry itself is not necessarily a bad thing. It all depends on what you are zealous of. And in his case, he is definitely devoted to his cause of defeating the Darkspawn and being a Grey Warden. And everything that implies. He does so to the point of absolution. And really, I feel like the scene where he jumps on the Archdemon's back pretty much explains everything about that philosophy in one simple scene. Without even hesitation, without any so much thought for himself or anything. He just does it. Now, I'll get to you in a second, David, remember. That being said, granted, Raskor just gave this away on the chat there, but the point I was leading towards is one of the key things that differentiates a zealot who is irritating and a zealot is not, is whether or not that zealot tries to push their beliefs on others, or whether they just believe it for themselves. So he is someone who obviously believes themselves, but he's never, as put it, a dick about it. He just does it himself, it's his way of life, and he tries to respect others and their way of life. Which, of course, if you're paying attention, is actually not zealotry. Which is kind of funny when you really think about it.
Sounding the horns for retreat. Sounding the horns for retreat. Sounding the horns for retreat.
Okay, sorry. Where's that jailer's body? There you are.
It shall be done. They said to retreat. The horn sounded, and we turned. Then the screams.
What do you guys think? Mercy killing? Is that what you would do here? I suppose I should answer Gamer Mamer's question. I do think that BioWare reuses the same theme, but as I've said a few quadrillion times, I don't think repetition is necessarily bad. I think it depends on how well you do it. For an example, I like the Pokemon games, even though they've maintained the same formula for forever. I like the Elder Scrolls games, same formula, forever, etc. So it doesn't actually bother me until they do a bad implementation of that same formula. Shadow, you don't get a vote, you're just evil. But honestly, this is someone who I've always felt just deserves the mercy of death. I don't think he could actually survive this.
Can you smell the blood? They said it was only Darkspawn. But we ate them too. They died. And we left them. In the swamp. The witch. The witch!
He's obviously mad. I don't think you'll get anything more out of him.
The light. Mother, you brought the light.
Quick. Poor guy. I really do feel genuinely bad for him, too.
What month is it? Are you some enemy of our Urians? Please, I feel like I've spent half my life down here.
So this guy is interesting. Exactly, Luzlens. That's why I need to kill myself very soon. That's actually... I should have talked about that, Titans. Thank you for reminding me. That guy was a former Templar, from what we understand. That's not 100%. We don't know that for absolution. But the question that looms is, did he go insane because of the horribleness of what just happened? Or because he's undergoing lyrium addiction withdrawals? Or both. So anyways, yeah, this guy's from the City Elf origin. Of course, he doesn't give a damn about me, but I just thought I'd mention it. Because, you know, all of the major characters in the Origins come back in the main campaign at some point or another.
Dead. Then who's ruling? His son, Vaughn. He struck me down and I woke up here. People were so angry, they were thinking of petitioning the king. There have been many changes since they caught me. I need to find out what happened. I need to get home, or flee the city. I thank you for your aid, stranger. I wish I had more than gratitude to offer.
Actually, I guess that's true. Human Origin doesn't really have much cycling back in, because other than a few more lines with Hal, and well, I don't know. I've always personally felt that the interaction with the Phantom during the trials and the Ashes quest is probably most satisfying if you are a human noble.
Well, well. Bryce Gooseland's little boy, all grown up, and still trying to fit into Daddy's armor. I thought Loghain made it clear that your pathetic family is gone and forgotten.
Note that even here he's trying to blame Loghain for his actions. Think about that for a moment. I don't think he's trying to play politics here, because he knows it's useless against you. It's more like the fact that he is basically so self-delusional in his own desire to not actually be the one who has to deal with any of the negative consequences of his actions. And by the way, my personal favorite origin story is Dwarf Noble, followed by Dwarf Commoner.
A clumsy appeal, child. He was a traitor to me and a coward to his nation. Trips to Orlais, gifts from old enemies, all while I sank in obscurity. Your family squandered glory that was rightfully mine. How suitable that their deaths should raise me to the ear of a king. If you think you can take this from me, that I will allow it, you are very much mistaken. Make us spit on you. I deserved more.
I already talked about it, but his last words are so indicative of his personality. I also already mentioned this before, but for anybody who didn't hear it, they specifically got... Whoops, wrong person. They specifically got someone very charismatic and engaging as a voice actor in order to speak this character's... to be the voice actor for this character, because Hal was such a despicable character, they were afraid the players would actively... dislike him to the point of, the bad way. In other words, get off my screen dislike, rather than I want to kill you dislike. So they specifically sought out an actor like Tim Curry to play him, so that he would at least have just enough charisma that we wouldn't hate the game as a result of his inclusion. Just food for thought there. He's selfish, Skystrax? Does that count? I kind of discussed How as a character earlier, but suffice it to say, he does genuinely believe his own self-delusions about how much he should have the benefits of rule. Not rule. He doesn't want to be in charge. He wants the benefits of rule. After all, he's already done all that stuff. I don't think I did release the guy in there. In fact, I don't even think I found him. Hang on, I'm missing someone. Gotta free everyone. Already? Yeah, okay. Damn it. Yes, I would like to gather my party and venture forth. Oh no, you can be pretty damn evil in this game. You can actually be sadistically evil in this game to the point where I can't... Like, I don't even know half the things you can do, because I've never been able to bring myself to do it. Gotta save the prisoners. Yes, Hal wants the chocolate icing. I think someone mentioned that earlier, too. That is a brilliant way to put it. He doesn't just want his cake and to eat it, too. He wants it with chocolate icing. Bastard. And yeah, that's exactly correct, Rascor. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that used to be the bane of my existence in Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 2. Like, sometimes I would have to manually negotiate all my players over there. Just to get to that point.
Leave me here? Was this supposed to be a lesson? Did my father think it funny to leave me for so long before sending you?
Who are you?
Then my father didn't send you?
I am Oswin, son of Ban Sigurd, of the Dragon's Peak Banner.
If you aren't one of our soldiers, pray tell me, who should I be thanking for my rescue?
Grey Wardens.
Then I have no question about why you would come, Warden. For it is your men who have suffered the most here. You have my heartfelt gratitude. And I
because
assume
how,
the gratitude of
Centuria?
the entire Dragon's Peak Banner. If my father sent no one after me, I can only assume that he does not yet know the true colors of the snakes he is allied with. But if you talk to him, I'm certain he would offer you any reward you might ask. Then there is a Landsmeet after all. Hal said the Earl of Redcliffe was dead, and the Landsmeet called off. I swear, if there be any forum to speak out against Loghain, my father will be there. Now, please, I must try to get to him. I cannot see the last of this place too soon.
Then get the hell out of here. You know, of all the interpretations I've heard of House Ildir, I have never heard that one. Interesting. Did that. Yeah. Edgebit. A lot of people running around in their underwear in this game, don't they? Alright, so now we need to get, this way, I believe? Yep. There's Vaughn. Okay, so, I hate this guy. But obviously my character doesn't, so,
Who's that? Stay away. You can't do this to me. I'll have you all flayed. I'm the Arl of Denerim.
Oh, great! Now my character hates him.
I'm Vaughan Kendalls, heir to the Arling of Denerim. It's true. Too many of our troops were lost at Ostagar. When the riots started, Howe came with men to reinforce the garrison here. Or that's what he claimed. As soon as I let him into the palace, he threw me in here. One more victim of the Elven uprising, he said. Let me out of here. I'll do anything.
What do you guys think? I'll actually go ahead and do a vote for this one. So, there's our options. Feel free to go ahead and vote it up. We'll decide here very briefly. For the record, I always kill him because it may be out of character knowledge, but it's sufficient enough that screw this guy. I'm sorry, but what he did is one of my lines that I do not cross. I'm pretty sure he gets rescued. I could actually be wrong about that, Yachman. But I wouldn't want to risk him, the possibility of him being rescued. I mean, who knows who's going to be in here after we've killed all the guards, right? He is a regular rapist. Got to make that clear. He didn't do it once. He does it for entertainment. Hey, I make no attempt to hide my true feelings, Luslins. Screw this guy. Maybe what we should do is arrange to have a very large cactus moved into his cell, and then shoved up his ass as hard as possible. What do you guys think? Let's see. I'm surprised how many people are voting too, in all honesty. For the interest of discussion, leaving him alive is something that is considered to be politically useful. But I've already made my point clear on that, so I don't think I need to even retread that. He is also not just a serial... I don't even like saying the word, I'm not going to say it again. But he is also a incredibly racist person who treats elves and dwarves as if they were little better than cattle for his own amusement. So he's a... And when I say racist, I want to stress this, because that word is thrown on a little bit too much in the modern day, real life. When I say racist, I usually mean it. I mean it to a severe extent. I mean it to the point where he literally looks at them as if they are lesser creatures. Forgive me for quoting Assassin's Creed 4 here, but they're little better than animals. Without us to guide them, they would lead horrible, terrible lives. That level of racism. Yeah. That is true, Lunslins. So what caused the elves to rebel, Vaughn?
You know how elves are. Every now and then they start to think they're people. And you have to put them back in their proper place.
Have I made my point yet? It's our results. Well, I guess we'll have to deep space him. Not quick this time. Notice we stabbed him in the gut instead of the other guy, which we got in the neck. So, in the gut, he's going to fall down, and he's going to be bleeding out for, I'd say, based on the level of the angle and entry, a bare minimum of an hour. So he's going to be dying slowly and terribly in tremendous pain to the point where he can barely actually maintain self-cohesive focus for over an hour. Hopefully longer.
Maker, have mercy on
And that made my day right there.
Andraste, Bride of the Maker, have mercy on me. Alstana, is that you, little sister? No, I don't know you, do I? Are you real?
Yeah, agreed, McCooland.
I'm Erminric, Knight Lieutenant of the Denerim Chantry. You aren't one of the Tern's men?
He sounds like he's in lyrium withdrawal. He's got all the signs, confusion, weepiness. He probably doesn't even...
My bad, I actually was mistaking the earlier guy with this one. This is the guy undergoing lyrium withdrawal.
Spitting hot coals. Nobles don't have authority over Templars.
I failed in my duties, Maker. Forgive me. I failed, and there's no telling what he's done.
Exactly, Baronessa. You go for a nice stab right around here, right around that liver or kidney region, lower stomach, lower intestines. That's a slow death, no matter what. So,
Alfstana is a far better man than I would have been, but I don't remember how I came to be here. The Malefica. He had turned blood magic upon Templars and Circle mages to escape from his tower. Near Redcliffe, I cornered him, but the Tern's men took him from me and brought me here. Yes, he destroyed his phylactery.
actually, I did
We
that.
were spread out, trying to find him. I was alone. You are real, aren't you? My dreams are so strange now. Please, if you're not a dream, help me.
So, what are you linking me, Crispin? Wow, dude. Because that's what it does, Bandit. Welcome to Dragon Age. This is an interesting case. This guy is much greater of a situation than most of the other people we've already encountered.
No one can free me from failure, save blessed Andraste. Give this ring to my sister, Alfstana. Tell her I'm sorry.
Fine, Lava. I don't think I have all the setup to do it, though. Like, I haven't been doing a lot of the side quests. So, yeah. That's about all we can do for him, because he is basically beyond saving right now. Here's a wonderful theory, which we don't know if it's true or not. The idea is that there is actually no salvaging a Templar once they have gone past the point of their lyrium addiction. Or to phrase what I mean a little bit differently, this is not a situation where we can just give them more lyrium and they're fine. They are permanently damaged by the lack of lyrium. The absence has reached the point where they can no longer function, for all intents and purposes. And there is no salvaging that. So, yeah. Yeah, I need to do the Trial of the Crows. I know that. I also need to talk to Alfstana, but I already got his ring for that. I don't even remember how to start the Trial of the Crows off the top of my head. It's okay, I can look it up. Sir Cothrian will die. Go to hell, you stupid twit. I hate you and hope you die. Do 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 do. There it is. Trial of the Crows. Exactly, Black Salamander. That's actually pretty much exactly the connection I was trying to make. Here we go. Okay, so... where is this dude? Mages Collective Liaison. I know where that is. I also need to go talk to Alfstana, his sister, who is also a noble. Sorry, Leslins, there's no vote on this one. I'm killing Cothrian. I've already explained why I'm killing Cothrian. I'm not even going to repeat myself. God damn it, she is dying. She must die. You know what's funny is if I didn't have these cheats that you guys, you know, helped me to find and get and use, I wouldn't be killing her. So you killed her! I mean, not evil. There's a dialogue option here that I just want to share. It's not what I want to actually pick canonically, but it's just funny.
My thanks.
Hello, Enora. Aren't you a little short for a guard?
Funny. Very funny. We must go quickly and avoid notice. If
Yes, I do,
find me,
Lurker.
I'll be killed. And my people will insist on escorting me back to the palace, where my father may also have me killed.
Yeah, right. Manipulative, lying wench. Whatever. Hey, Cothrian.
Warden, in the name of the Regent, I am placing you under arrest for the murder of Rendon Howe and his men-at-arms.
No.
Surrender, and you may be shown mercy.
Still no. But, nah, okay, fine. We'll talk a little bit.
Don't be ridiculous. The Queen isn't being held prisoner here or anywhere else. Her father would never stand for such a thing.
What? Sir Cathrian? Praise the Maker, you're here. This brigand tried to kidnap me.
And number 2 is the dialogue option. Go ahead and look at it. I'll leave it there for a moment for you to read it. It's completely out of character and just hilarious, but yeah. And if you pick it, this is what she says.
Bring them down. Loghain wants the Warden, dead or alive.
Oh, she didn't say it. Whatever. Hi, Cothrian. 1, 2! 2 shot. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. She has a lot of health. And this was the hardest fight in the entire game for me. Or indeed, in the entire games. No fight in all of the Dragon Age series has been as difficult as this one. And honestly, it's not necessarily just about her. The crap ton of archers and the mages. Ah, this fight. Alright, Enora, we're ready to... Enora? Enora! Oh, whatever. Anyways, so I don't think I actually remembered to load, save. So we're gonna reload. Oh, that's right. She says it when we go back to Eamon. That's right. She browbeats you for being stupid. Okay, so blah 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 blah.
And you may be.
Blah 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 blah.
You wish.
Blah, 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 blah. We surrender.
Eamon, we have a problem.
I suspect we're going to need a good plan, or a lot of knights, or perhaps both.
Calm down. What has happened?
The wardens have been captured.
What? How could this happen?
Never mind that. The question is how to free him.
Surely you mean them, Linus. We need Alistair too.
Yes, of course, I meant Alistair too.
Manipulative.
Catherine will take him to Fort Draken. Getting inside will be no small feat.
Alright. You thought the Darkspawn were bad. So who should we bring, guys? I mean, I could break myself out, but... You know. God, I wish I was in that good a shape. I mean, I'm not exactly out of shape, but man.
Oh, you're awake. I was starting to worry.
Alistair? I've never seen a prison from this side before. Very scenic.
Join the Grey Wardens. See the sights from the floors of the best prisons in the land. It's not much of a recruitment slogan, is it?
Do we have clothes? Okay. So... No, I missed the option packs. I'll name them that in Awakening. Yeah, so anyways, I'm actually torn. There's a lot of good options, but I really like the idea of Zevran. Okay, let's throw up some options. Let's throw up some options here. So we got open Liliana and Morrigan, Zevran and Ogren. That's my personal pick, by the way. Or Sten and Doug. There's our three biggest options. If it goes. Hello? Nightbot? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So, let me explain why this is good game design. What we have here... No, we're not going to escape by ourselves. What we have here is an awesome example of giving the players the maximum amount of choices in a situation that is very thematically significant. It has actually been argued that Mass Effect 2 should have done this exact same thing more often. I'm not going to go too much into that, but the idea here is that we can escape by ourselves. It's possible, and we can actually do it. Or we can try and have a period of the game where we don't control the main character, but control ancillary characters, or secondary characters, actually, in this case, secondary characters, in order to try and help rescue the character, which really goes to show one of the main significant points of Dragon Age in general. That an individual, no matter how powerful, is only as overall effective as the people who support that individual, which is another one of those underlying themes that goes throughout the entire Dragon Age series. And I'm kind of getting tired of looking at Alistair's junk there, so we're gonna... And you can escape without killing anyone, too. So you have options. You could choose to rely on your people that are supporting you. You could choose to prove that you are the badass who can do this by yourselves. You can choose to try and do so in a way that shows your evil side or your good side. It's up to you. It is player decided. It is all up to the player's interpretation of how best to do this. Which is why it's good game design, because it is a perfect marriage between gameplay and story. It is perfect story and gameplay integration, and like so much of the rest of Dragon Age Origins, it's all dependent on you, your interpretation. So I notice we're actually tied at the moment. Oh my god, are we three-way tied? Are we seriously three-way tied? Oh my god, we actually are three-way tied. Wow. Well, I'm voting for Severin and Ogren. Sorry, guys. So, vote 2. That's hilarious. Quick, Fitzcott, type exclamation point vote space 2. Quick, join us, join us. I have the best chat ever. You guys are awesome. I love it. I love it. Oh no, people are voting for things that aren't 2. No. Admittedly, Sten and the dog is also pretty damn funny. There's actually several other good options too, for combos. Join me, Fitzcott, and together we will have comedy. Okay, and now Zevran and Ogren are leading, but okay, let's go ahead and close it off. Vote. No, pull, close. Turkish Star Wars? No, I have not. Okay, so Zevran and Ogren. Actually, I wish. Hang on.
Who do you think will come?
So, I'm sure Ogren will come for us.
Oh, I wish I could see that. One person assaulting Fort Draken all alone.
I could do it, but it's okay. And I love the way this is chosen. This is so beautifully tied into the character. This is great. Zevran. Oh, whoops. Sorry. There we go. Forgot to turn it back on. Alright. Note we've got these. I like how you get an Ogren disapproves, by the way. So I like their outfits here. You notice we actually don't have, like, we've got the nobility clothing on a dwarf and an elf.
And what are you supposed to be?
Let's let Ogren buff.
We're circus performers. Yeah, go ahead, do the obligatory dwarf joke. Oh, wait. Not like I've got anything better to do.
Circus performers? What do you do exactly?
We're a comedy act, of course. Terran Loghain hired us, said morale was bad here.
And from the looks on your faces, I'd say he was right.
Well, wait over there. I'll get the captain. Never said anything about any circus freaks.
There. Not so difficult, was it?
Yeah, easy for you to say, elf. These clown pants are riding up something fierce.
All right, what's this about?
Okay, so, Zevran.
We are the famous Broma brothers of the Antiva City Circus. Surely you're expecting us. We have traveled here at great expense to perform here at the particular request of Terran Loghain. Never heard of you. What? Do you hear this, brother? What kind of uncivilized country is this? We have performed for archons and empresses.
Children and pets of all ages.
To have traveled such a distance as a personal favor to Loghain,
I needed this.
only to be turned away at the door by some uncultured soldier? Unthinkable. Oh, for Andraste's sake, fine. Go perform in the main hall, I don't care. Why didn't I take the post at Lothering?
Okay, so, yeah, we need to set up a quick save here for this.
Surrender, and you may... Are you sure this is what...
Oh, you're awake. Who do you think will come? Oh, I wish I could see that. I hope you're right.
And now... Can't say I'm not a crowd pleaser.
Business in Fort Draken.
Let dog bluff!
What's wrong with him?
Leave this to dog.
All right. Just take him into the side room there. I'll go get the captain to let you through. Just hang in there, okay?
This is pointless. We should simply go in fighting. And now I'm talking to an animal. Been in this country too long.
All All right, what's this about?
Dog?
Is that a purebred Mabari? Very well, take him through. And tell Neville I want a word with him when you get there.
Actually, we can do this a little bit quicker. Just for you guys, we're going to go ahead and do this up. Okay, so if we go back to this autosave, we can see the other side of that equation.
What's your business in Fort Draken?
I'm a giant with a war dog. Either I am making a delivery, or I am besieging your fort. Hope for the former.
I wasn't told we were getting a Mabari.
Keep talking.
Must I point out the obvious? I'm a large, impatient man with a war dog. Either let us in, or get someone who will.
Fine, fine. I'll get the captain. Wait over there. And shut that dog up, would you?
This is pointless.
Yes,
I should simply go
McGarry.
in fighting. And now
Okay.
I'm talking to an animal. I've been in this country too long.
All right, what's this about?
I am supposed to take this dog to the kennel.
You're a dog trainer?
I have a dog. What more do you want?
I don't even know what you are. But you certainly don't belong in here.
I didn't want to sneak in anyway.
Men, we're under attack!
Yeah, so Sten actually cannot talk his way in, which I find appropriate. Hang on. One more before we do our third one.
And what are you supposed to be?
Alright, Zevran, let's do it!
We, sir, are performers from the Antiva City Circus. The famous Broma brothers. Surely you have heard of us.
You don't look like brothers.
How can you say that? Are your eyes failing? Look at us. We are twins. Not identical, of course.
By the way, Zevran is a terrible liar.
Right.
If you've
So
never,
what
if
are
I
you
haven't
doing
repeated that before.
We are here for the commander of this fine establishment. It is his birthday, no?
It's not the commander's birthday, is it?
Don't tell me you forgot. What kind of terrible man-at-arms are you? No doubt he is crashed. It is fortunate indeed that the Regent sent us to entertain him.
Well, wait over there. I'll get the captain. Never said anything about any circus freaks.
This is pretty much grade A example of why it is Dragon Age Origins is awesome. Dialogue and voice acting.
Up something fierce.
All right, what's this about?
Alright, Dog Ogren, you got this.
My partner and I are performers. The Regent hired us, said morale was low.
You're performers, are you? What's your act?
Our act? Well, the elf here juggles swords while
He does a traditional dwarven dance of death. He lights his pants on fire and everything. It's quite the spectacle. You can perform in the main hall on the condition that the dwarf keeps his pants on. That's non-negotiable. Didn't I take the post at Lorerunner?
You must keep your pants on. It is non-negotiable. Alright, one more. Yep.
Surrender, and are you sure?
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. I feel like I'm speedrunning all this up.
Who do you think will come?
Okay, last one is
I
Liliana
wish I could see that. One person assaulting Fort
and
Draken all alone.
Morrigan.
I hope you're right.
That's her getting pumped up for the lie. Now, of course, Liliana is a much better liar. So we get that autosave in.
State your business.
So we'll let the person who's actually good at lying lie first.
We have come to perform last rites for a condemned prisoner.
What for? Mother Augustine is already here.
Let us pray, sister.
Maker, forgive these godless souls. They know not what they do. Spare them your wrath, and do not torment them with boils, festering rashes, and lesions.
Although they call into question your wish to show compassion to the wretched, do not deprive them of compassion when they are in need.
All right. Wait over there. I'll get the captain to let you in.
Fate truly has a sense of humor. That tale should have fooled no one.
Everyone trusts priests. It's only natural.
If you believe that, you are a bigger fool than those guards.
Alright, let's give Morrigan a chance.
What's this about?
She's a pretty good liar, right?
We have been sent by the Chantry?
You're a priest.
I love how she says that.
You expect me to
By
believe
the
that?
Chantry?
I told you it was a foolish plan.
And then she fails instantly, because of course she does. Any other requests, real quick? We haven't done win with anyone. Nah, I think
Surrender,
I know what we'll do.
and you may be shown how you...
Oh, you're awake. Who do you think will come?
So, win. You'll notice Shale is not actually an option.
One person assaulting Fort Draken.
So, I think we'll bring the two who I actually decided for my canon playthrough. That's correct, Joven.
State your business.
We are here to minister the chant to the condemned prisoners.
What for? Mother Augustine is already here.
Let us pray, sister.
Maker, forgive these godless souls. They know not what they do. Spare them your wrath, and do not torment them with boils, festering rashes, and lesions.
Although they cannot honor the wishes of your holy chantry, do not find their souls wanting when they come to you across the lonely fade.
All right. Wait over there. I'll get the captain to let you in. Maker's breath.
Fate truly has a sense of humor. That tale should have fooled no one.
This might be what the chantry calls the treacherous wiles of Magi.
Wiles? Yes, I think perhaps wiles were employed there. What a strange fate to agree with the Chantry.
Don't think too hard on it, my dear. You'll make yourself sick.
All right, what's this about?
The revered mother sent us to pray for the condemned, sir.
How many priests does it take to pray for a handful of wretched criminals? Fine. I'm not one to argue with the Chantry.
Alright, so let's go rescue me. Wait, hang on. Do we have, like, anything good on? Okay, yeah, we're fine, we're fine. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Don't mind us, we're definitely priests and we're not anyone else.
We need a plan here.
We can handle this. We've faced worse already.
Yeah, so this is funny. Let's see if I remember how to do this properly.
As you say.
No, not. Sorry! Sorry! I didn't mean to play with it. My bad, guys. My bad. Yeah, it's in response to giving yourself up, Leslands.
As you say.
Is it not? Oh, sorry! Sorry. My bad.
Best prepare for battle. No one will believe we belong here.
Nah, I'll be fine. Hi, Kamek. Yeah.
We are victorious again.
Actually, I'm pretty sure in my canon playthrough I bought Morrigan and Oghren. Does anyone know what happens when you ping Morrigan and Oghren? Because I don't actually remember off the top of my head.
Must have victory.
Oh well. Oh wait, no, that's why I don't remember. Okay, never mind. I'm found. Comprehension. Do 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 do. I'm just an old woman and she's just a hot woman. No need to estimate us properly. Come on. I think I erased the save that was before it. Yeah, I did. All these are autosaves, so I'm already there. Morrigan and Oghren. Die! Hey, me.
Come quickly, Warden, though I doubt you are inclined to linger. It's good to see you in one piece. Now let's get out of here.
Yay! Hey, look! My armor! Thanks for bringing it, guys. I really appreciate that. Hold on. Can we save anyone down here? It's actually been a while since I've done the let yourself get captured path, because I almost always go after Cothran. Frickin' stupid Cothran. Killing me so easily. I hate her. Ah, gotcha, Trinius. Thank you. How do I get out of here? Ah, this way. I'm wondering if I even could sneak out of here without killing anyone in this particular playstyle. There's a giant melee with giant armor and everything. Now, granted, obviously you don't have any of that there, but my point is you get none of the... I'm not a rogue. I have no skills to help me. Congrats, Fitzcott. Hope you like it. If you don't, I'll kill you in the morning.
Now we get out.
Alright. So, just in case I forget anything again. Don't worry, we escaped. No thanks to Nora. Random encounter in the same damn area. Do 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 do.
Shall be done.
Do do do. Oh my God! I'm under attack. What will I do? Gotcha, Smito. I'll have to do that sometime. I've actually never played as a rogue in Origins, believe it or not. Not counting a Leliana song, of course. We could let them through that gate, but they'll find their way. It's not that big of a city. They got this. So I've always amused myself by the idea that all of the encounters, random encounters in that one room, actually happen in that one room. In other words, or that one area. It's literally the same area each time, you know. So there's lots of awesome character combos we could do here. We're not doing any of that, of course. That'd be crazy. Right, I am going the right way. And now to kill Enora. Actually, we're going to pause the local play for just a second.